How's everybody doing?
Oh, it's good, Hector.
Hi.
I feel like
I'm a badge up, brother.
I should probably go find like somewhere that I can go put a jacket on and look more fashionable.
Oh.
I was gonna say, I think you look nice.
I'm just worried that I'm a little too like, this kind of like sale chic, if you know what I mean. And then
We want to go for bow ties, because I'll go put a bow tie on.
oh, I have a great suit with a bow tie on. If you I think we rock
You
it
want to do
out.
bow ties?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's
All
do
right.
bow ties. Yeah.
All right, fuck.
Wait,
Did you say wait? Huh?
I want a bow tie.
Okay.
Well, then bow tie up. I mean, come on. You get your bow tie on. I mean, goddamn.
Bow tie. Ow.
What? Are you okay there?
No.
What happened?
I got assaulted by a cop earlier today.
What?
You got what?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah. But I chose not to press charges. Do you guys want to
What
take
happened?
my sex-mobile?
You're what?
I think her
My
chromed
Sexmobile.
out mom van.
Did you just
When do
call
you
this?
drive, though?
Does it have flip down? I can drive if you give me keys.
Did you just call it your sex machine?
This looks like something that you would drive.
Sexmobile.
This is very much like, hey, we got to take the kids to soccer practice or a long like road trip, and it's like in the back has little flip down screens so they can watch movies.
You know what? This actually screams to me. I'm gonna be real honest. I've got to go trip on MDMA at the nearest rave, but take my kids to school at 6.
I do lovingly call this my mom bed.
Is it upgraded at all?
Hey, how you doing, Alan? How you feel?
No, okay.
No, why would I need it to be? I don't go
I don't
fast.
know, for fun.
Yeah, I guess.
Gotta go fast.
I had 20K, but I spent it on rat pillows.
On what?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I gave one to Merlin
He
because
has
he's in a wheelchair.
pillows?
Yeah, you want to see it?
Sure, why not?
Why not?
Oh my god.
Oh,
I can't see it.
oh
my
Lord.
You
god.
gotta see both sides.
Oh God.
You gotta see both sides. Here we go. Here's the other side.
Oh my god.
What? No. Oh no.
What bow tie are
No.
we going with?
You know what? I think gray is a nice little neutral, but yeah.
Gray? Okay,
No.
let's go gray.
I don't think I should wear a gray tie. I don't think that would look right. Maybe I'll do
You said
gray.
gray bow tie.
Yeah. I'll show you the
Okay.
suit I got in mine here. Hang on one minute.
Okay.
You know what? Turns out it's a black bow tie.
Alright, always bet on blank.
Plus, it looks rather, objection, Your Honor.
Look at a black bow tie plan.
Black everything, gray shirt. Okay. I got
Or here we go. Objection, Your Honor. This man is a fuckhead. Then you got Jericho over here looking like he about to dang old rob a bank. Hey Bob, how you doing?
Heck yeah. Never like all twinning. Should I get a closed shirt?
There we go.
You like my hat?
Oh, yeah, it's very professional.
It doesn't actually fit my head right now because I got a unicorn horn. From being assaulted. Let me think about this real quick. All right. Should I get like a buttoned up over jacket or?
That's up to you.
That's up to you. I mean, see, here's my thing: is when I'm up in front of the court, I can sit here and button up, and then while I'm about to sit down, so that I'm not having to hold in, you know, my my taco belly or things like that. Just, yeah, there we go. All right, going to sit down.
Oh.
Now.
How are you?
There you go.
How the fuck do you do that?
It's
Kind of
like,
adjust your clothes.
It's kind of like you're changing your shirt. Hey, John.
I did.
I think you might only have. Oh, there you go.
Well, nope.
Oh.
I don't have that power.
Might be only certain ones. Or I know there's certain hoodies that do it, and some that you know that you can.
It's fine.
Just
Are you gonna do the
sign
gray
this
undershirt
on.
like the rest of us?
I can do that, yeah.
Judging poor Jericho.
Dude, it's gonna be interesting to see. I have not actually had to do anything super legal in the courts for like over a year now.
Oh, they found
so-
Ryder Reddington. He's on duty.
Oh, they did. All right. Well, hey, cool. I heard there was when I was at PD coming out to get my car, they were talking about someone getting stabbed.
Who got stabbed?
I don't know.
Denozo got blown up.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, which kind of sucked because I was trying to help him get his warrant, and then he got blown up like an hour later.
Oh dang. Okay.
What time?
Sad. Oh,
It's gray.
You know-
It's
that works.
like a whole,
Did you
like
know,
a gray, like a fully gray shirt.
Do you know Denozo, Jericho?
I have ran into him a couple times. Yes.
He got blown up.
Is he like dead?
From what I was told, it's a 50-50.
I mean, I
Oh,
would
okay,
be
well-
assuming that he's probably not feeling too good right by now. I mean,
May the odds ever be in his favor.
did you just Hunger Games a man in the ICU?
Okay. They found Ryder
Anyway,
Reddington.
you guys ready to go?
All right.
And apparently somebody got stabbed today, but we don't know who.
You know who we need here right now
We
to
got
kind of.
stabbed.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no.
apparently. We need.
Does it look black?
We need. Yeah, it looks black. It does look black.
Does it have like a black pearlescent on it?
Oh, there we go. No, it's
No.
just it's a reflection of the store.
Hi.
Yep.
We need Krista Allen here to kind of just complete out the quartet. I
Krista
mean,
Allen?
Krista Allen. Crystalline. Oh, is it?
Crystalline.
Crystalline.
Lynn.
I don't know.
She's
I
the
don't know.
paralegal.
I heard some weird.
Oh, gotcha.
I heard, you know, there are people with weird names like Deshawn and DeQuellen and Shanae.
DeQuellen. Did you just say DeQuellen?
Yeah, I saw some guy on them Twitter thing, and he like DeQuellen.
I don't know what to say to that. Did you want to have your car parked up, or do you want to have it in front?
Oh, just in front is fine.
Somebody
Okay.
gonna steal this chromomatic
That's
vehicle.
that's a menace.
I really doubt anybody's gonna
Someone
steal.
gonna steal this chromed out automobile. Don't leave it out here
It does
alone.
kind of look like a gangster car a little bit. Like
Where the
honestly,
city gone?
it looks kind of like that car that you would like roll up and see. Like like have like I could just imagine it slow rolling you or something.
I could imagine. I could
I don't mean
imagine.
in a bad way. That's just what
It's literally a mom van. Okay,
Look.
if somebody steals my mom
Okay,
van to commit crime, by all
Okay.
means.
I'm
Good luck
gonna
to
tell
them.
you right now. You know who I picture stealing this?
The Blues Brothers.
Four teen to late 20s Hispanic men with some kind of yellow, with the windows down, the system pumped up, rolling out, slow rolling people, being like, "Hey, yo, fool, check yourself, see," and then like, you know, shots.
What the fuck? So what you're saying is the Vagos are gonna steal my van?
Oh, 100%. I mean, look, I'm not saying it that, you know what, I'm not gonna make that
You know
joke.
what? I'm gonna take a picture of my van,
I'm
and then
not
I'm
gonna
gonna
make that
tweet
joke.
at the Vagos, and then I'm gonna ask if they would steal my van.
I'm not. What is this? Is this the opposite of pimp my ride? Instead, it's called steal my ride.
I'm gonna ask.
Yo, dog, I heard that you want your ride stolen, so here I am with a gun. Give me the fucking keys.
God.
Could you imagine?
They roll up, going like, "Hey, fool, weird to think your fucking van is it? Give me your fucking keys, fool." Did she just really attack the Vagos?
Not yet. I'm tweeting it currently.
I'm home, somebody's ass. I don't see me song.
I said Steam. Oh my god.
Wait, what?
I said Steam
What?
instead of Steal.
Yeah, steam it.
Come steal me.
Steam my-
Hey
I wanna get it
guys,
cleaned.
we got this offer to come and steam clean this fucking car. Let's go fucking do it. See, with a name like I find with the last name of Cortez, I get away with jokes like that just a little too easy. So I gotta kind of watch how many I pull, in case I make anybody feel uncomfortable. In which case, if I make anybody feel uncomfortable, please let me know and I'll immediately shut my hole. Does anyone know a member of the Vagos? Could you ask them if they would steam my ride? My friends think they would. What are you expecting, like, from them?
I fixed it.
Are you expecting an answer to come back and be like, "Hey, fool, it's us, the Vagos. We're giving your whip like a 7 out of 10 on the stealability. Can you tell us how many bodies can fit in the trunk, Holmes?"
No idea.
I mean, easily, I'd say 3. That's pretty deep trunk. That's pretty deep trunk in there. I mean, you could easily get 3 bodies on.
I'm so glad that you know this. Hector.
Yeah.
Your Scarlet case just went to scheduling. I'm gonna go
Oh yeah.
inform
No.
you in the tracker.
That's okay. Miles and I, we basically sent him an email today saying we'll see you in court.
Okay.
I'm actually thinking of
I'm just letting.
seeing if they'll promote. Let me switch with Miles and give him first chair, and I'll take second. Well, I mean, even if he is second chair, I can just let him.
Is Miles second in this?
Yeah, he's
he is.
second chair.
Okay, he didn't tell Miles in the scheduling. He also didn't tell you. He kind of fucked up, but it's fine.
Well, that's fine. We just won't respond then. Then when they say, "Well, why has the?" Oh, it's a judge's fuck up.
Yeah, that would go well.
Yeah, that'll go down about as well as the Vago stealing your Chromobile.
Especially considering that you're gonna get a nice email from a court clerk about it.
Will
You know?
I?
So
I find most
yeah,
of those, I find most of those court clerks are like, how do I put it this way? Kind of somewhat scarily passive aggressive.
Are they?
Yeah, just slightly, just only a little bit.
Just a little scarily passive aggressive, huh? How are they scarily passive aggressive?
I feel like I've touched a nerve, so we're just gonna drop that.
I'm just asking. How are they scarily passive aggressive?
Well, I mean, like, the judge has ordered this. You must do this. You know what reminds me of Ed 209 from RoboCop? You ever seen RoboCop?
No.
Which one?
Number 2, you know, Ed 2. Well, actually, no, it's number 1 as well. Ed 209's the one that they're like, you are trespassing. Put down your weapon and
Oh,
surrender.
yeah, yeah,
You have
yeah.
10 seconds to comply.
He does it. He just gets lit up anyways.
You now have 5 seconds to comply.
Yeah. Why is it not working? Shut it down.
I'm sorry, it was a glitch. A glitch.
He just
This
gets
is
lit up. That's why you carry drop guns. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
You know what's funny is that I just sit here and I think you could easily improve most movies from the 80s where they have like a serious moment by just, you know, replacing them with you ever seen Wreck-It Ralph?
I haven't, no.
Oh. What about you, Adrian? You look like somebody might have seen Wreck-It Ralph.
I have 100% seen Wreck-It Ralph.
You know, Candy.
What?
You know, Candy, the bad guy, is like,
Bruh. It's been a hot minute since I've seen Wreck-It Ralph. Okay, I saw it in theaters.
Oh, okay, well, bad guy's name is King Candy, and he kind of sits there and talks like that. And I think if you ever sit there and you wanna make things hilarious, as you sit there and you learn the lines from films, and then you just learn how to do King Candy's voice, and you just like sing him back, like, you know, say him back.
True.
Like, you know, you sit there and you think about Predator, right? You're picturing Arnold Schwarzenegger there, covered, you know, fighting the Predator. He turns him, let's go, get to the chopper. You know, shit like that.
Chopper. Sorry.
Get to the chopper, come on, dude.
Are you okay?
I am 100% okay. There's nothing that we have to worry about here in the beautiful state of sunrise. All right, John. We'll see you later, dude.
What was I doing here? I completely zoned out. Oh.
You were contacting the Vagos and seeing if they would steal your whip.
That's sort of what I was doing. Sure, we'll go with that.
They, you know, could also ask them if they're going to steal your nene.
What the fuck?
I had like 8 cups of coffee to be up for the first trial that was canceled. I may be running just purely on caffeine and hate for the world right now.
Oh my god. Is there anything that I can do to... I think it's just like mostly objecting and taking notes and stuff.
Make sure that the coffee doesn't stop.
Oh my god.
We're good. What are we good about? I don't know, but we're good. I said so. Good, right? Are we good? What's happening?
I don't know what's happening in this moment in time. I'm just here being like, what up, you know, like I'm.
Cool. I have a feeling that you might have a feeling soon as to why I was asking so much about that clerk comment, buddy.
I'm not your buddy, pal.
Oh, we're not buddies? Okay, fine, Hector. I thought we were friends, but that's cool.
I thought we were riffing from that line in the movie.
No, I was being, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misinterpreted that. Of course, we're buddies. We're DOJ buddies. It's like a for life thing. Like, you know. Besides, I gotta get used to clerks. You know, clerks of the court and stuff. I may go for judgeship just so that, you know, when Murdane gets into my courtroom, I could just raise this like 400 fucking stupid objections to fucking everything. You know, if he starts going on long rambling shit, right? I'm gonna sit there And I think we ask for a sidebar and to see if the judge can actually order him to keep things short and to the point.
That's a good idea. I'm kind of sad the Vagos haven't texted me back.
Have you got your list of objections, Jericho?
That's what I'm trying to get right now.
Yeah, it's under the if you want to pull it up so you got the one. It's the court procedures
Yeah,
in and out.
could you email it to me, please?
Yeah, no problem.
I'm really bad at technology and finding stuff.
There you go. That should.
Thank you.
Is that his ownership up there?
Which
I
one?
think that's what's his name. Is that syringe, whatever?
Siren?
Yeah, that's
I
it.
thought Siren had red hair or some brown hair. Let me look. Oh no, I think that is Siren.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
you're being
Siren.
weird.
Yeah, he has
Why are you
brown
pulling
hair.
out
That's Siren.
binoculars?
We're gonna look at him. Siren, yes.
I was gonna say you could use your phone.
Oh.
Be a little less conspicuous.
No, I feel like. Do you not think this is super conspicuous? Hang on, let me just look at him with my phone here.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Is this not conspicuous?
No, because it looks like you're trying to take a view of your steal my automobile.
You could just like the whole the thingy to see who's like.
Or I could,
the government
if you
thing.
noticed, I could just be like,
Hey,
oh, sorry, I was trying to grab
Ducky,
a
what's
water
up, bro?
bottle, and I just reached the hard lumpy thing, and it happened to be my binoculars. I wasn't looking at you or anything.
You reached the. I'm sorry, the what?
The hard lumpy thing. That was supposed to be a
gun?
water bottle, but it ended up. No, I don't carry a gun. It ended up being my
Knife.
binoculars. My binoculars.
A grenade.
What?
Adrian's got
An apple.
I don't even have. I love apples. Okay, buddy.
They said what Adrian did. They found him underneath the train.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hear that there's new like fonts or something like that we can sit there and do for. Oh my.
Yeah.
Godfather, what the hell?
It shows that way the first time. We gotta do it a second time.
I've been doing it more than once, and that's how it always looks for me.
That's kind of weird.
Yes, it is.
Is that Miles? It's Miles.
See, look, this is how mine looks, and I've even tried changing it. I even tried to get into a new one.
It's cursive for me.
Yeah, it just
Well,
runs
it says
underneath
signed.
the picture.
It says signed, though.
Yeah, the signed is gonna be there until the printing press gets it fixed.
Hector.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yes,
I submitted those photos into evidence. I wanted Graver to mark up the locations of where people were standing beforehand, but I figured I didn't want to risk doing it too close to trial, so I just threw it in there now, and at least he can use it as a waypoint.
My signature kind of looks like Adria.
Yeah. We can pull it up and then just be like, okay, according to the People's Exhibit A, Officer Graver, could you, and then go through from there,
100%. I think the biggest thing is there doesn't need to be a vocal presence speaking upon the detention of an individual. I think you should ask why they didn't breach, and they can speak to the fact because Robbie was in the detention and present still. Stuff like that.
Which was that?
Yo, what's good?
It's time! Hey.
It almost is.
Look at you.
Oh my god.
What on earth is going
It
on
looks
here?
so good.
What do you mean what's going on here?
We're not copying you guys. Hector was wearing a bow tie and he said we should all wear bow ties.
It's court time. It's finally time.
Last time we wore these suits, it was a not guilty verdict,
Yeah,
so we
last
gotta follow.
time
Well-
that we wore these suits and you guys forced me to wear a bow tie.
You
Every
want
time I
a
take
not
it off, they
guilty
turn around and
verdict
yell
from
at me.
Murday? Yeah.
Well, I personally want it more for sharp.
Yeah, I like Sharp.
Yeah, go sharp.
I
Yeah.
personally just want to see the DOJ lose.
Wow.
It's always a
Well,
pleasant surprise
excuse
seeing the
me.
government get beat.
That hurts, Donald.
Wow.
All right.
That's
I'm trying.
I'm not on this case.
Hey, you made your bed.
that's
right?
Why have you talked to steering?
very hurtful. Very.
Wait, do you have the brochure?
Very
I made
venomous.
my bed.
I don't know what I've ever
Hold
done
on. Serious question. What's worse though? If I had stayed at PDO or this?
Well, what's wrong
Oh my
with
God,
the
he has
PBO? Oh, right,
Fucking
never
lost.
mind. I recall.
You're not having this one, B.
No, this is the only one that matters.
Why is it sideways?
Because it's a sideways one. Look at it.
Weird.
My lord.
Oh.
Then it can be
How much is the rare one?
10K.
I think 10K.
Okay, well, what's
Did-
your question?
Did you
You only have
not
28 left.
in the car just sit there and say that you were broke because of
Yes, I bought 2.
Where are we? Oh, is there a bank? There's a bank, a block up. I'm gonna run to the bank and print out a brochure. I'll be right back.
I'm like, do you have a car? You're gonna run?
No, but if I get...
What is she doing?
I feel like she's got far too much. She's going to get a brochure from the bank up the road.
You know, it doesn't kind of bode well that the judge isn't awake 20 minutes prior to trial.
Nope.
Wouldn't be the first time a judge's trial.
True.
Is he around?
He's not. No, he's not.
Oh, and the okay, maybe that's not.
I
Where's
fucking love
Pool?
those suits. Pool's not on this one, is she?
No.
No.
It's,
She's on the train though. She's trying to come.
I think she'd still be here, you would think.
She's trying.
Don't do it!
Well done, Jericho.
Did you hit my car,
Oh, it was pretty
mom
good.
van? Do you guys like my mom van?
can you
It's very shiny.
can you just
Yeah.
that real quick? Thank you.
It's already stopped.
Yeah. Maybe for your young ears, not so much mine.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll fix it.
Damn. Jericho got a bag for you. You know, hit a Vangees.
You hit my baby.
I'm sorry. I wasn't near it.
Oh, you should see him when he's got his full highway robbery outfit on. He looks like a dashing dastardly, you know, do nowhere. Yeah.
I
What?
apologize.
Why did you give me money?
To
Well
further
done, Hector. It
repairs.
was super well articulated.
Isn't there a bar exam right now?
There is,
Is
yeah.
there real?
Yeah. Alfie's doing the bars right now.
Well, thank you, Nubby. This is now I'm on the prosecution because Hector Cortez is Department of Justice. So, considering this is, I think, the second case under this particular judge, the first one we got told like an hour beforehand that he couldn't make. Do we begin to assume that maybe there's some kind of emergency that he's had to attend to that has precluded him from responding on this docket, or?
I go.
I don't
I'm
know
gonna,
if I've ever actually had him on any cases yet.
I'm gonna go zone out for a
I'm trying to
second.
think. Wait, isn't this the judge that yelled at the DOJ?
Yes.
Oh, this should be good.
Technically, both Snyder and Siren yelled at the DOJ, though, so.
No.
But he's the
okay.
one that was
Okay, I
really,
just want to sit here and I just
really-
want to put this out. Okay, I'm going to be on. Let's be honestly clear here. They did not yell at the DOJ. They yelled at Dan.
Yeah, that's true. No, that's not entirely true, because Snyder also yelled at Joanna.
He was to say, I thought it was like multiple people.
Yep. Yep. Hey, there's Joe? Oh God, if Joe made it off the train and he's not here yet. Oh boy. Hi, Joe. The judge is not awake yet.
Oh, well, that's concerning.
Yep.
Look, I don't know. Do we reach out to him and say, hey, Your Honor, is there...
So he was communicating with me 2 hours ago. I communicated with him an hour ago, and he has yet to have responded to that. So I don't know.
I mean, Searing is over there. We can maybe ask him.
Yeah, it might be. I just don't want to...
Yeah. Whatever.
One was also from Mosley's, so don't get too excited about the whole Mosley situation.
I'm excited that I'm turtlenecking.
I wouldn't
no,
never buy anything from Moses.
I have the other limo. I have the big one.
I love it.
Oh,
Hello.
why are you walking in steps like that? That's really aggressive.
Apparently, you can get the livery taken off of that if you put in a request.
Yeah, apparently you can. And then I tried like 4 times, and then we just gave up on life, and now it's the dollar limo, and that's just kind of what we went with.
You should buy a drift kit for it.
You can return.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
You also can't drift
is
the
unfortunate.
Roosevelt. I tried that too.
Wow, that is unfortunate. There's too many lawyers here.
Does anyone have food?
It's kind of what we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude. What would you like?
Got the
I'm not picky.
Buy it,
I
though.
just need enough to get me through 2 hours of trial.
Okay.
2 hours of trial.
That's
2
what it's
hours.
booked for.
Here,
This is not gonna be 2 hours.
I don't think it's
Actually,
gonna take
no, it
2
might
hours,
be.
but
Two or just food?
I have wings if you have napkins on you.
I have 2 bottles of water. I should be fine.
I watched Cyrus
Yeah, you
cross
can't
somebody
beat me
for
in
2
time.
hours. One single witness.
He's awake. He's awake.
That,
Okay.
We're good.
That's
I
good.
told you he's awake.
that case
Thank
was,
you.
he was the only witness in my defense.
This is my moment.
I am Snyder's keeper.
Snyder's keeper.
That's cute, Tyler.
Court.
I've seen Cyrus approach ours in an opening statement.
That's not true.
It's been pretty long.
I don't
time
think I've
before.
gone longer than like 20 minutes.
You had a
definitely
slideshow
hit 30.
presentation that took a fat minute.
What did you say? Which
No,
one?
it wasn't a slide.
Wilson Everest.
Hey, Ranger Evers, it's Hector Cortez, Department of Justice. We're just down at the courthouse here, getting ready to start making our way in here shortly. Assuming that's you pulling up right now.
It sure is.
All right, fantastic. Well, this should be a good one. Thank you for coming on down. I'll see you on the steps.
Alright,
Present with a group of people. Google Slides is like a mission.
I can
Okay.
no
Oh,
slides
he
is
said Cyrus is
superior.
a Prezi fan.
Well, no, and I said
President don't
No,
get me started.
he does not, because he
Keynotes, you can
honestly
just
has not
send
heard about
everybody,
the
like,
election or
a
anything
link
yet. He's
to
been
a
too focused
presentation,
on
but for
You can do that.
slideshow,
DOJ and stuff.
Yeah, with Google
What are you
Slides, too.
introducing a new
No,
cell phone?
Give me a minute.
but you can't do it and move like they follow along with you. Like you can send them a link to your presentation, but then they just have to like move the slides on their own.
Wait,
Seriously?
really? That
I
doesn't sound right.
thought there was.
Just tell them
Google
next
Slides
slide.
that allows you to do these slides.
There definitely
This is my first one. Unfortunately.
Okie dokie.
How's it going?
It's going fine. Ranger Evers, is it yourself?
It's me. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. This may sound a little unusual. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for just walking straight on through us. Given that we are making testimony in open court today, and it's the defense has already made a pass at the abilities of the Rangers, is there like a Class B or a dress uniform that I could get you to pop into just for today, just while we're here, and then you just jump back in your normal patrol gear afterwards?
Oh yeah, I mean I can go throw something on real quick. I was just coming straight from the field to here. Pretty
Yeah,
much.
no, I appreciate it if you could.
Short-staffed.
But no, I get you, and I hope to get you back out there as quick as we can. It's just, yeah, he's gonna start taking a dig at the ability for you guys. I guarantee
that's fine.
I guarantee he's gonna be wanting to know whether, when you were asking him questions, was your intent to get him to convey any information You know, he's going to be asking you a lot of, you know, what questions did you ask? Why didn't you Mirandize him? Did you ever advise him that you were taking him into custody or he was not free to leave? So, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm expecting all that stuff.
With people just walking straight fucking through the middle of us.
I don't know. Okay, it must be the camouflage. What camouflage?
Well, it must be. Okay, so we got about 10 minutes before we start, so if I could get you just to rip up, get changed, and get back down here, that would be amazing, and I'd appreciate it.
Sounds good. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be...
Alrighty. Okay, he's in his field gear. I just asked him to go get into like some Class Bs or something like that, just so, because we already know that Mardank is gonna sit there and, you know, try and question his credibility, so I figure him appearing in kind of a dresser uniform might be, you know.
We're not law enforcement officers.
Well, I already sat there and said, look, I guarantee you his questioning is going to be along the lines of the integrity of, you know, did you ever ask him questions trying to elicit information out of him? Did you ever advise him or, you know, make him in any way feel like he was not free to leave? So basically, Avarice is going to be our first sort of kettle of fish. I just want to be very direct and to the point with him. Get him to describe the scene that he saw. You know, we'll establish that it's Sharp that he saw. We'll then go over and we'll kind of confirm straight away, you know, when you first interacted with Mr. Sharp, did you at any point advise him he was not free to leave under his own power? You know, and go through from there. So I might just
that's applied, but it's just me.
Not necessarily, because you actually, unless you're told that you're detained, you don't have to stop. You can leave the scene unless you're detained. So
how's this?
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
That looks really good.
Yeah,
I got a hat too.
We will generally.
Wow, look at how fancy he is.
I know.
Really nice.
We thought we'd get him into the dress uniform so that Mr. Murdoch there can't really suggest that the Rangers are ragtag, rough and tumble, you know.
I mean, as long as he's in a uniform, I don't think it matters too much.
Well, it you know, presentation's 9/10 of the thing here. Okay, so obviously we can't coach on anything here, but you know, is there anything that you feel pertinent last minute to tell us that we need to know about the situation that could come back to bite us on the butt here?
No, I mean everything that happens, the report hasn't happened, so.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, this, yeah. Sorry, Jay.
According to Chris, or not Chris, what's his name? Our new paralegal.
Liam.
Liam. I'm sorry, I'm having brain farts all over the place. Liam said that we can tell them they can look at the reports if needed, but we can't like write things for them to say, like, or whatever, because that's witness tampering. But it's okay for them to look at the reports to, you know, recall stuff if they need to.
Exactly.
This is like
it's
3
evidence
weeks
submitted.
ago.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So yeah.
And that's what we're gonna be doing is we'll get you to refer to the report. I'll be asking you some questions if you need to refer to the report. That's perfectly fine. The main thing that I guarantee you he's gonna attack. I don't know if you've seen the docket, but it's gonna be whether or not he ever, you know, placed him into custody or gave him the impression that he was in your custody, or whether you interrogated him.
Hello, how are you?
That's gonna be the main thing he's gonna be looking at right there. So as long as none of that was that threshold was you know, crossed, we're good. We're gold.
Yeah, I mean, based on what he's been doing in the docket
Oh,
this
doing
last
good.
week,
Yeah,
I was
what,
kind of expecting
DOJ
how
here.
he's gonna handle all this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
unfortunately Melvin can't be here, but he gave us an affidavit, so that's our
almost not recognizing
some good stuff. So.
Yeah,
Alrighty, well, we'll get you up nice and early. Yeah, we're scheduled for 2 hours. Yeah, we'll
I
see.
have a funny feeling.
yeah, Miles is here.
Oh dear Lord, what the hell?
Alright. No,
Alright. I think we'll head on in.
Oh, are you
Good, good.
Hector over there?
Yeah, that's Hector.
Oh. Cortez.
Yes, sir.
Good luck,
Bradley
boss man. I
Kozlowski, how
believe
you
in you,
doing?
okay?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself today?
Doing well. Just wanted to introduce myself.
Is it?
That
Can't
should
wait
help.
for the little set on set.
Yeah, no, it. I think it'll definitely make an interesting occasion.
I agree.
Maybe I haven't met Judge Snyder. I thought I did, but I don't remember being involved.
Also, just a friendly update, everybody. There's a bar exam. There's bar exams happening.
I don't know what she was
Oh,
saying.
we'll move
She
over
said
this one.
friendly update to everybody and then walked
How you doing,
away.
There's a bar exam underway right now in the conference room.
Oh, who's doing that?
Not sure.
Is
Maybe.
it Snyder or
Maybe
I thought it was him
Siren.
over there.
I thought Snyder's our
Siren
presiding
was
judge.
outside. Yeah. I don't know.
Are we able to go in?
That's Siren right there.
Oh yeah.
Who else is around?
I am worried.
Did they open the court for people to go in? Oh, I just wasn't sure if they were
Oh, it
ready
could
for
be
us.
Alfie. Alfie's around.
Yeah, Alfie's doing bars right now.
Oh, yeah. For the law school. They're doing bar certifications. Yeah. Okay. I remember now.
All right, guys. Just while we do this, I am probably going to have
keep their voices a
the
little
thing
quiet.
down.
Yeah, you said that, and then I didn't hear what you said. You're like, okay, just like a friendly reminder, and then I didn't hear anything else.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Alfie's doing bars in the conference room.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You seem to have the
There's
dang
like
old
3 people here.
your whole ranger department that's around today, right here with us. It's
Oh yeah.
I think we'll be okay.
We
This will be
support
our first
each
time
other.
seeing the defense in court for the first time, so
you mean
it'll be interesting to say the least.
you mean it'll be it'll be the objection hour of power.
I'm not sure if I want to.
Yeah.
So if I did before yet or not.
Is that
That's
right?
kind of funny though.
Yeah, I feel more bad for you guys because you gotta actually physically deal with them. I just gotta answer his questions for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes,
It's gonna be
5 hours.
That 20 minutes is going to be probably be the longest 20 minutes you've ever had.
Oh, it's fine. I can dish it.
Okay, I'm going to put it this way: when defense counsel has you, you know how when you're with a special lady and you've had a real good 20 minutes, but you're like, damn, that was only that, that was awesome, and then she sits there and goes, well, that was the, that 10 minutes was the worst of my life. You're her in that position.
Yes. All right. Be her. Got it. So when I get off this stand, I go, was that good for you? Because she was good for me.
No. You just
it's bad for you.
No,
Other way
you
around.
just
Oh,
other
yeah,
way
sorry.
around. But yeah,
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Makes one of us.
There you go.
Yep,
Yeah.
there you go.
Alright, sounds good.
There you go. That's,
There you go.
if you find that he's his questions are getting a little in there, not quite there, you could just ask, is that the size of your question? Is there more to that question?
Sounds good. Listen, I understand it's not always the length of the question, sir, but you gotta give me a little more than what you're giving me because it's just not reaching it.
I'm kind of somewhat feeling what you're putting down, sir, but you're not getting me all the way there.
Go on.
Alright,
Do
done.
not use that word.
All
Do
right.
not use that word.
Follow me.
Do not.
Me?
Will do.
Oh, good. They
Well
got
done.
me
I
court
have a
attire.
complex. I can't be taller than
Excellent.
guys. It hurts me internally, and I don't know why. I
All
really,
right,
I
I'm
wish
gonna
I
go
could.
in.
I'm really
Okay,
mad
everybody,
because I
court
wanna
is
wear yellow.
starting in a little bit. Please form a single file line, get searched by security, and then enter the courtroom.
Yeah, no, I want
Alright.
to wear the heels, but I.
Just get you to sit in the
It's like how some people don't like
first two
wearing
rows behind the prosecution side if we can.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Is that the left
I
side?
don't like pink. No, you're fine.
It's gonna be the right hand side as we come.
Right.
to
Where's
it.
Liam?
Where is Liam?
Okay, so here's the thing. I went to a event at Cockatoos, right?
Right here.
Literally behind you.
Oh. Well, dang.
Oh hell yeah. Thank you.
You cutting in line, Jerko? Wow.
I was up at the front to begin with.
Yeah, but you got out of line, man.
Evening.
Okay, we'll take two at a time here. Come here, sir. Okay, I'm gonna search you this time.
Yep, not a problem. If you need me to just put my hands up there for you.
Judgment. Hello. Hello.
Okay, you are good to go, sir.
Alrighty, thank you so much.
Do I need to? Okay. I was like, wait, do I
You're
gotta
good.
put my hands up?
It is actually very much accurate. Thank you.
You said first two, right?
It's
Yeah, yeah.
This is an untested theory, and you are wrong.
You're wrong.
Not to mention we're wearing different color ties and different color shirts.
Yeah, but you're wearing purple.
Yeah, man.
Is that your favorite color?
No, but I like the suit.
Oh.
I
I
mean,
do wear a lot of purple. I used to wear a lot of purple for other reasons.
I mean, it looks good on you, so I can't complain.
Every time I'm on the cover,
oh
it's
god.
purple.
Hey, we're doing it. Where's
I would too.
Liam's gonna come up here and join us, I believe. Did you want to just, if that's him sitting back over there, do you just want to ask him to come on down and he can?
Yeah, I can. If he wants, I don't know. I feel really bad. Like I want him to be up here.
No, you can come up here as well. He can just stand behind us. It's his, he's learning as a paralegal, so.
You heard? All right. Do you want me to sit or stand?
If you just want to,
Hector,
if
I
you
don't
just want to
mind
stand,
standing.
if you just want to stand, you can stand. That's, and that way then Jericho can sit down since he's kind of wobbling and weaving like he's injured.
I'm fine.
You sure?
Yeah.
You seem like you're not fine.
Yeah, take the seat, Jericho.
It's fine.
Oh, I mean, I'll sit if you want.
Yeah, go for it.
That's about 9.5 minutes too long to be unconscious.
I'm just gonna whisper the whole
Nobody likes
time.
me.
All right.
Yeah,
Just by
that'll
myself.
work. I'm gonna take my badge off. We don't need it here.
There's a tin man yelling at him. Oh. Of course it was Jimmy Herbert. I have very questionable thoughts about Jimmy Herbert. In the sense that he accused PDO of organizing.
Hey, Miles.
He accused me and PDO of organizing a hit on Anders, so I'm already think he's an idiot. Yeah.
Out.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad, guys.
No, just it's one of those things you write down your notes and stuff, and it's you want to make a good, strong opening statement since it's us first, but this one's kind of short and sweet to the point, you know.
I'm ready. I believe in you.
I'm glad someone does.
All of you.
You'll make it through it.
That's right. I was gonna say if you, I don't know if this is the time to say it or not, but like if you're not feeling it or something like that, I'll do it. I'll go up there. I'll do it.
Guys, it's just one case. It's not your career. Don't worry about it. Like, it ends how it ends. Don't worry about it. Just don't make any grave mistakes and you'll be fine. Just a case.
No, it's all good. You know, you might want to take the bag off Jericho. It kind of looks like you're ready that if we lose, you're gonna close the place down.
Yeah, you probably should.
I don't have one on from me.
There you go.
Oh,
Is it okay? Weird. All right, thank you. I didn't see a bag.
No, it kind of looked like you're ready that if we lost, you're gonna pull out like an M4 and just.
I don't.
Yeah, it looked like you. It was like classic terrorist stuff.
Jesus, my God. Okay, I had no idea. I literally didn't see a bag on myself like this entire time.
All good. All good.
My bad. So I keep all the legal
not a
jargon.
terrorist, Jericho.
Yeah, today.
Is that
Obviously not a terrorist, Jericho.
Was that Judge McLemore and Judge Avery up the back there in that photo with the other justices for the Supreme Court?
I don't know.
Where are you?
Up the back there, that red one. It's I think that's gotta be the Supreme Court. Right?
Oh, it's possible. I think that might be like an old picture. So one on the first row, far left hand side, I think is Paxton. Sorry, far right hand side.
Okay, could have been the first set of sitting judges then.
That's what I'm thinking. There's the bottom row, far right side, I think is Paxton.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure. He's aggressive. Holy shit.
Yep. This new style of aggressive bailing. It's all the rage.
All rise, I'll make you rise. Okay, sorry. Serious face is going on.
I don't have one of those.
You will show respect in this courtroom, or
I
else
don't
it will
either.
be beaten to you.
All rise or else.
All rise, or I knock you flat on your ass.
50 seconds will be up.
The Honorable Judge Mike Tyson presiding.
Oh my God.
I just want to make very clear.
Have you ever seen I don't know, maybe we should stay on topic or not, but have you guys ever seen Mike Tyson Mystery Team?
Yes.
No.
Yeah? Oh, okay.
Norm Macdonald is the as the pigeon. Great.
Yeah. I forgot who's Norm Macdonald, I think it was the pigeon.
Yeah, Norm Macdonald was the pigeon.
Yeah.
All rise, all rise, all rise. The court is now in session. The Honorable Judge.
That's right.
Snyder.
Honorable Judge Snyder is here.
Yeah, I'm just going to stand for now. This chair always has issues. All right, you may be seated. I appreciate it. All right. So hello, everybody. My name is Judge Matthew Snyder. I'll be presiding over this case. We're all probably going to be here for the next couple of hours, so buckle in tight. First and foremost, just ensure that everyone is remaining polite, respectful, courteous to everybody. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Just make sure you are talking quietly enough for only the people around you can hear and not the whole courtroom. Make sure you have enough to eat and drink. If you feel that you're going to faint, there are vending machines in the lobby. Just ask a member of security to let you out, and then you can help yourself to a paid snack, of course. Let me try and sit.
You guys got any water?
I'm loaded with food if you need it.
Yeah.
Do you need some?
Right. This is
Yes,
case
give me some water,
2022
please.
CM078 State of San Andreas versus Andrew Sharp. Mr. Sharp pled not guilty to 1 count of animal cruelty, which is a felony. All right. And then can I have counsel representing the state please rise, state your first and last name for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I am Hector Cortez, first chair for the prosecution. With me is Jericho Bain.
All right, you can sit. You can sit. And can I have counsel for the defense and the defendant both please rise, individually state both your first and last names for the record?
Your Honor, my name is Matt Murdink. I'll be representing Mr. Sharp tonight.
And my name is Andrew Sharp, Your Honor.
All right, you can have a seat, both of you. All right, now that that's taken care of, we'll move into opening statements. Are both sides prepared to begin opening?
The state's prepared to, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Quick sidebar first.
Sure, approach. Get up off the chair.
Are you able to hear? Are you able to hear?
Speak. Yeah, there we go.
All right. Clause 1, Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution prohibits the states from passing ex post facto laws. It is my understanding that Your Honor interpreted the new speedy trial statute to be retroactive given the absence of any statement to the contrary. The defense respectfully files, here in court vocally, a motion to reconsider on the basis that such an interpretation, if the legislature had passed a bill of that nature, would be violating the rights of the citizens and therefore could not have intended the bill to be retroactive.
State rebuttal.
Your Honor, we've already stated on the docket our thoughts on this. The fact that the original Speedy Trial Act does not define at which point a trial is commenced. Historically, it has always been viewed at the scheduling, which was well within the 14-day window for the commencement of the trial today. The availabilities, which Your Honor also used to take into account, include agreed upon times by all representatives, counsel, and defendant to be here after the exact hour of 14 days. So we again would provide that by putting those options out there and not highlighting or making his objections known beforehand, that we could take that it was an agreeable inference that we'd be allowed to continue post the 14 days. There's also a lot of precedent for you to for the judge, such as Your Honor, to be able to overturn the motion and continue on with the original scheduling. It's to sit there and say that it's post facto when specifically laws and bills signed into the state will implicitly dictate only if they are not to be retroactive, that we believe it's within your right to interpret the agreement. So we would strongly stand by the decision that you've made to continue the trial here today, plus the other facts that we've already provided. We believe this is more than anything starting to become towards a frivolous defense to try and just get this over and under with without anything being on the record. So honestly, Your Honor, we'll obviously abide by any decision that you do make and leave it to your very learned hands.
You have a reply, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead.
It is disappointing that the prosecution would assert that the defense is unprepared or that this is a frivolous defense, given that the Constitution clearly states that no state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver, coin a tender in payment of debts, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility. That's straight from the Constitution. There's a similar clause that applies to the federal government. Neither the federal government nor the several states may pass any ex post facto law. The argument that laws passed in this state are not indicated to be retroactive most of the time is very clearly an indication of the legislature's recognition that they are not legally entitled or permitted to pass ex post facto laws and have citizens' rights stripped from them retroactively. This is not a frivolous defense. In fact, I am required by ethical duty to give my client the most zealous advocacy that I am able to do so. I identified the flaw. I, used it to my client's benefit. It is not my client's fault, and it is not my fault, and I don't have any obligation to ensure that the prosecution has the opportunity to prosecute my client. In fact, it is my obligation to ensure that my client has a not guilty verdict by whatever means are necessary, legal, and proper. And there can be no dispute that this is an argument that is well-founded in the law and is supported by the Constitution of the United States. I understand Your Honor's perspective about the lack of statement about it being a retroactive law. I bring attention to the United States Constitution because it is my duty to my client, and because I strongly and personally believe that applying the law in this way is an ex post facto manner that the legislature did not and could not have intended. And we reserve the argument for appeal as reversible error if Your Honor decides to go with the case. But otherwise, we're prepared to begin.
Okay. Your comments and concerns have been heard. The motion will remain denied. You can take this up with judicial review or the appellate court if you deem it necessary. The motion will remain denied based on the reasons stated by myself and the plaintiff.
Okay.
You can go back to your tables.
Great.
Great. All right. Since you're ready for opening the state, whenever you're ready, you may begin with opening statements.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, to the court and everybody here. Today, no doubt, you'll be hearing from the defense that what has occurred is, in their opinion, does not amount to animal cruelty. However, today, we for the state are here to speak in a unusual case for, in this case, a member of the animal community. So protected under our parks and wildlife legislations and laws, and dutifully cared for by the San Andreas Park Rangers. Today we will be providing testimony, both verbal with a ranger that was on scene, as well as written in the form of an affidavit to Your Honor. More than what we feel is compelling and beyond a reasonable doubt amount of evidence that the defendant, Mr. Sharp, knowingly engaged in mowing or running down of a innocent deer in the forest with the intention of depriving it of its life, causing egregious injury, resulting in that animal later passing away. We do this not to make examples or things like that, but to maintain the integrity of the public systems, the laws, as well as maintain the law enforcement of our park rangers. Whilst accidents do happen, in this particular circumstance, the intent is there. It will be proven, and we do seek that justice be done on behalf of those of our state that can't speak for themselves. Thank you, Your Honor.
That was pretty good.
All right, defense, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, counsel, may it please the court. We are here today for the criminal trial of Mr. Andrew Sharp. As this court well knows, it is not the burden of the defense to prove Mr. Sharp's innocence. Instead, the prosecution bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Sharp is guilty of each and every element of the charged offense. It is worth reiterating, at least for the benefit of all those in the gallery, an example of reasonable doubt. The prosecution will assure you that Mr. Sharp is guilty and that no other explanation for the evidence in the record is possible. There will come a point at the end of the trial where you've heard all of the testimony and you're weighing whether Mr. Sharp is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence before you. Assume that just before you were to make a determination, however, you would learn that a videotape of the event has suddenly been discovered. If you think, wow, I'd like to see that tape before I decide whether Mr. Sharp should be convicted, I argue that the prosecution will have failed to meet its burden and that reasonable doubt exists. Unfortunately, there is no video of the alleged behavior for which Mr. Sharp is being charged with a felony. As you will see, there is not even any evidence of the nature of the occurrence. The evidence will show that the Rangers questioned Mr. Sharp, that they allegedly obtained a confession from him. But it is a false confession that he gave while he was in shock. It is a confession that was later recanted, and it is insufficient as a matter of law to establish that Mr. Sharp is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution has an extremely high burden to meet in this case. In fact, I will argue that burden is insurmountable based on the facts before you. It is impossible for the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Sharp intended to hit the animal. After all, you will hear Rangers admit that Mr. Sharp later recanted his testimony and that he wavered back and forth during their questioning of him. You will hear that he allegedly confessed after being told to stand against the Rangers' vehicle, at which point no reasonable person would have believed they were free to leave. You will hear that the Rangers knew this confession was obtained prior to Mr. Sharp being Mirandized, and that they nevertheless failed to warn him of his rights until after a second Ranger arrived on the scene. You will hear that they attempted to obtain another confession from him, knowing that he had given the first false confession prior to being given his legally required Miranda warnings. You will hear that he recanted his prior confessions, and that he has since maintained, even to this day, that he does not know whether he intentionally hit the animal. All of this will be compelling evidence that Mr. Sharp is innocent of the charge of animal cruelty. Nevertheless, the defense is, again, not required to demonstrate that Mr. Sharp is innocent. The prosecution must not only plead, it must prove that Mr. Sharp is guilty of each and every element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. The justice system of the United States, and indeed the criminal justice system here in San Andreas, is built upon the idea that it is better for a guilty person to go free than that an innocent person lose their liberty. This principle is established in the core principles and instructions for the practice of law in San Andreas, and every lawyer who obtains their license to practice in the state is expected to learn, understand, and uphold it. Unless the prosecution can prove with evidence that there is no plausible alternative explanation for Mr. Sharp's actions, he's unequivocally entitled to a not guilty verdict as a matter of law. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 1 second. All right, the state may present their first piece of evidence or call their first witness to the stand.
Please lower your voices in the courtroom.
Your Honor, at this time the state would like to call Ranger Wilson Everest to the stand as our first witness.
All right, Ranger, please come up here, get sworn in by the bailiff, and then take a seat. Make sure you're speaking loudly. Let me get up here. Speak directly into the microphone.
Okay. Please raise both hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
What's that?
I swears.
So I'm done with my initial questioning. I'll come back. Or if you've got anything that you can go up and ask him.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Sure, okay.
Oh, sir, how are you today?
You know, it's fantastic. I was working before coming here, so a little tired, but we got it.
Well, we very much appreciate you taking the time out of your day to come down and attend to the court case and the matter at hand. If I could, for the record, have you please state your full name, rank, and department that you work for.
Yes, sir. My name is Wilson with a W, Avarice. I am a senior ranger.
Senior ranger.
With the
Okay.
San Andreas Park Rangers.
All right. Thank you so much. And how long have you been serving with the San Andreas Park Rangers to make the rank of senior ranger?
Spiritually or physically?
Physically, yeah.
Oh, like 7 months.
7 months. Okay. All righty. Well, thank you so much for that. Now I'm going to be asking you some questions about the incident on the 7th of April. Okay. Due to the fact finding, we may go over a few things. I will let you know that you can refer to your report as entered into the record of evidence with the docket. So if there's anything you need to refresh your mind on, you can. Okay.
Thank you.
So what I would like to begin with today, Ranger Everest, is on the 7th of April, you responded to a 911 call on Fort Zancudo Trail. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Could you recall for me the nature of the 911 call?
The 911 call came across to us as somebody who had struck an animal and believed that he was injured and was requesting assistance.
Okay. After receiving the 911 call, Ranger Everest, what was your response time? Was it 1 minute, 2 minutes?
I mean, I got there as fast and safely as possible. Lights were on. Basically, I was clocked on as the 911 came across, so I quickly ran down, grabbed the keys to my truck, got in my truck, and then headed straight there. So from here to, here, I say here, I mean Beaverbush to there's probably like a minute and a half with my lights on.
Okay. Alrighty. Now, what I'd like you to do for me is to cast back into your memory the night of the 7th of April. When you arrived on scene, could you describe what you saw?
Well, I initially arrived on scene. I saw a vehicle parked up directly behind it appeared to be a downed animal, which later turned out to be a deer. The vehicle was still running. I parked myself so that I could have my headlights on both the vehicle and the deer, and I exited the vehicle. Mr. Sharp then approached me and started explaining things.
Okay. If I could just stop you there for 1 moment.
Yes, sir. Okay.
No, that's okay. Now, you did just say that that Mr. Sharp approached you, so I would just like to confirm with you, Ranger Evers, if you could, for the court's benefit, point out if you see the gentleman that you are identifying as Mr. Sharp, where he may be seated in the court.
He's directly in front of me, kind of sitting next to the man in the blue tuxedo.
And Your Honor, I'm sure you can see that, but just to confirm, he is indicating the defendant, Mr. Sharp. Okay, so you've arrived on scene. You've positioned your vehicle to best assess the scene. Mr. Sharp has then come towards you. What proceeded to occur from there?
He proceeded to explain that he had hit the animal and that he was worried about it. Upon getting basically from me to you away, I could smell alcohol on him. When he approached me, he was also kind of like wobbling side to side as he approached me. So I had asked him to lean against my truck for the time being, because I was worried that he might fall over on himself.
Okay, so
and then
sorry, sorry to interrupt you there. There's just a couple things I want to explore in there with what you've just highlighted.
Okay.
Now, you have advised that you asked him to stay against your vehicle for his stability. Now, were you concerned for his medical welfare, or were you intending to tell him that he was not free to leave?
No, I was more worried about his physical welfare. The man clearly smelled of alcohol, and you know, when somebody approaches you and seems like they're falling over themselves, I'm more worried about that than jumping to conclusions that this man may have killed an animal on purpose.
Okay. Now, once you've asked the defendant to rest up against your vehicle, did you ask any questions of him at all?
No.
Objection leading.
Your Honor, I'm simply asking precisely for the ranger to recall what he did. He's identified that he is asked the person to lean up against the vehicle for stability. We're continuing to establish what has occurred on scene. I'm not prompting
No
him
objection
for
to the no objection to the direction of the questioning. Objection to the form.
I'm simply asking if any other question was. Sorry, Your Honor, if I could rebut. Or...
No, we're going to move on. The witness can answer the question the way you formed it.
Okay. So after he had leaned against the truck, I had walked away and went to go check on the animal.
Okay. When you came to assess the animal, did you still have the defendant in your eye line at that time as well?
Correct. I had positioned myself so that the defendant was directly in front of me, as well as the animal was basically in between myself and him. That way I can maintain eye contact on him in case he indeed fell over on himself.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time what I'd like to do is to reference the People's Exhibits B and C. Ranger Evers, you may need to recall or look at your report there for the attached images. For Your Honor, they are the scene as photographed by the Rangers, including the location of the animal and the vehicle itself, just so that we could further be able to highlight what's occurring during the rest of the testimony.
Yep.
So Ranger Evers, if I could, you feel free to use any tablets, or if you have a cellular device there that you need to bring that up.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. So with the vehicle itself and the deer there, now you said you do have clear line of sight. Could you tell me what injuries the deer was suffering from when you attended to it?
Upon closer inspection, I did see that the deer was bleeding both out of its eyes and ears, indicating like it was struck by something. I saw no weapon entry points like a bullet or an arrow. Upon feeling like its torso,
Objection, Your Honor. None of this evidence is in the record, whether through the indictment or through other proffering of evidence.
Your Honor, we have an expert witness describing hands-on what the scene was. The Ranger report itself is an arrest report, not an animal necropsy.
No objection. No objection to the expert.
Mr. Murdoch, can I actually finish my rebuttal, or are you going to continue to object to me being able to perform my job of responding to you, sir?
Apologies, Mr. Cortez.
Thank you. Without a state-backed authority for necropsy, in order for us to establish injuries as per what the charges are, the Rangers are our sole expert witness. As such, this evidence is vital to establishing exactly what was occurring on scene, and we believe is valid and should not be stricken from the record, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the defense argues that this evidence should have been provided at any time during the discovery process, and that the discovery rules require that the prosecution provide during discovery any and all evidence it intends to use to prosecute the defendant. The defense does not dispute that the defendant or the witness is qualified to provide this testimony, but rather the timing of the proffering of the evidence.
All right, as this is testimony and the Ranger is testifying as to what he saw and witnessed, I will be allowing it. If you need the question repeated to you, actually repeat the question for me, and then you can answer it again.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So Ranger Evers, as you had the defendant in sight, you also assessed the deer. What injuries had the deer occurred?
Okay. So I checked over the deer, and it was bleeding from eyes and ears, as well as when I checked its torso, its rib cage was cracked. I could feel broken bones. And then upon checking the vitals and checking to see if the deer was breathing, it was no longer breathing, and I had no pulse, so no heartbeat was inside the animal.
Now, Ranger Evers, sorry,
go ahead.
Carry on, sir.
The injuries indicated something of like something hitting the animal, and I did check for weapon wounds like bullets and arrows, and there were none.
Okay, so in your experience, you have seen these type of injuries before, say, if a motor vehicle struck a deer?
On the daily, to be honest.
Okay. Now, after assessing the deer, Ranger Evers, what happened next?
That is when I called for backup, as I believed that Mr. Sharp was intoxicated, as I could smell alcohol clearly on him as he approached me, and with his nature of how he was walking with kind of like a wobbly stance, I did call for assistance just in case, because some people who are drunk are mean drunk, some people who are drunk are nice drunk, so we always prepare for the worst.
And that was when Ranger Fox advised that he would respond to you.
Correct, that is right.
Between Ranger Fox's response that he was going to assist you on this call, how long did it take for Ranger Fox to arrive on scene? To the best of your recollection, sir.
Maybe a minute and a half, about the same time. He came the same way I did with his light on.
All right. Now, during this period of time before Ranger Fox arrives on scene, you've assessed the animal. What occurred next? Did you approach the defendant, or did you continue to assess the scene?
I continued to assess the animal, probably for another 30 seconds or so. And when Ranger Fox had appeared kind of down the road is when I approached Mr. Sharp, and he again just kind of started talking to me, and I made just small talk with him, not asked any questions.
Okay. Now, just so that I could clarify with you there, Ranger Evers, when you say small talk, could you provide an example, if you recall, of the conversation?
It was basically him talking to me and me responding with, okay, yes, okay, like things like that.
Okay.
And or I was responding to his statements.
Okay. And during this time, is that when the defendant provided to you his occurrence of events without any prompting of yourself?
That is correct.
Okay. For the record, could you please provide your recollection of what was told to you prior to Ranger Fox's arrival?
So prior to Ranger Fox's arrival, after I had approached Andrew Sharp, he had told me that he struck the deer on purpose, and he was out on that road to hunt, is the reason why he was out there.
Okay. And when the defendant provided that information to you, what did you respond with at the time?
I just simply said, okay.
Okay. And you never at that point advised him he was being detained, that he was in custody?
He was never in custody, so I did not advise him he was in custody.
And at no point at all did you ask him any questions related to the incident?
Absolutely not.
Did you ask him any questions that may have been seen to try and elicit a response?
Absolutely not.
Now, Ranger Evers, being that you are essentially the eyes for us today, again, I need you to cast your mind back. In your assessment of the scene, and please do refer to the photos, do you recall any indications either on the vehicle or the ground leading up to the impact point that indicated that Mr. Sharp decelerated, skidded, or in any way attempted to avoid the collision with the deer?
Based on where the tire treads were, and kind of the form of them, when somebody skids you lose that pattern of the tire. There was no skid marks of said tires, and the tread marks led to the animal in a straight line. There was no like swerving at all.
And at that point, with what the defendant, Mr. Sharp, had told you, did you reasonably suspect at that time that that matched up with his story?
At the time, I believe, based on him saying that he had struck it on purpose, and kind of everything that I had gathered around him, that I did believe him when he said that he struck it on purpose.
Okay. Now, a few more questions from myself. When Ranger Fox arrived on scene, now we do have from the report that Ranger Fox was the one that continued to deal with Mr. Sharp. Was that a decision that you made? Was it a decision that Ranger Fox made to continue dealing with Mr. Sharp while you processed the scene or conducted other activities?
It was something we mutually decided upon. I was trying to also prepare the animal and kind of protect the evidence, I guess, if you will. The word that I'm looking for escapes me at the time, but basically I was preserving the evidence of the animal as it was the thing that Mr. Sharp had hit on purpose. And I went then to market and kind of create a crime scene, if you will.
Okay. And during this time, did you overhear or witness Ranger Fox Mirandize Mr. Sharp?
That is correct. He did indeed Mirandize him.
Okay. Now, did Ranger Fox Mirandize Mr. Sharp to your assessment as a senior ranger within all policies and procedures of the San Andreas Park Ranger Service?
1000%.
Right. Now, what if you can recall, or if you were present there for it when he was Mirandized, did Mr. Sharp's story that he provided to Ranger Fox at the time deviate in any detail from what he had provided to you at vehicle side?
No, it did not. He reiterated what he said to us before Mirandized and what he had told us on his own.
Bear with me for one moment. I'm just going to check with my colleague if he may have some questions for you, but thank you so much for your time so far.
Oh, thank you.
I can't really think of anything. I think you're doing a really good job unless Liam has something.
Liam, you got anything?
All right. Yeah, Liam here. Okay, so you've opened the scope to the alcohol. Now, right? You need to make sure that you close that by showing that he blowed under the legal limit, meaning his mind wasn't impaired enough that he couldn't drive.
Gotcha.
Right? Because they're going to try to argue that he was impaired and made a confession under impairment.
Gotcha.
So just wrap that up. Close it up. Maybe focus on if he thinks that he said those things because he was under stress. Remember, that's where excited utterance comes from. And you can wrap it up in a nice bit like that.
Cool. All right, Ranger Evers, just a couple more questions if I could, sir. I understand you've been here for a while.
Absolutely. It's all right.
All right. Now, you did mention during your testimony that Mr. Sharp smelled of alcohol and appeared physically to be exhibiting signs of intoxication. Did you administer any roadside sobriety tests to Mr. Sharp?
Yes, we administered 2.
Okay, and what were those tests?
The first one is the one where we have the person in question keep their head straight, eyes looking head forward, and to follow our finger only with their eyes. Mr. Sharp had turned his head on multiple occasions. I stopped the test, tried to correct him turning his head. I said, Andrew, I need you to follow with just your eyes and not your head. I then restarted the test. He again then proceeded to follow with his head turning instead of only just his eyes. At that point, after being explained the test multiple times and failing multiple times, we deemed that test a failure. The second test is the heel-to-toe test, where the person in question is to walk in a straight line with their arms down by their side, going heel-to-toe in a straight line to a certain point, then turning around 180 and returning heel to toe. Mr. Sharp could barely keep his balance, and we deemed that test a failure as well.
Okay. Now, did you attempt during your field sobriety test to conduct one using and please excuse my terminology here, I know it may be incorrect, but I believe they're called a field testing unit, also known as a breathalyzer, where one would blow into a device to measure the alcohol concentration?
We did let Mr. Sharp know that he could indeed do this. After he failed the second time, we never told Mr. Sharp that he had failed. We just told him that it was all done. We then asked if he would be up for a breathalyzer, which would be on his own accord, that he would agree to or disagree to. Mr. Sharp said that he had exited the hospital with lung surgery earlier in that day. And such, I said, well, then it is up to you, Andrew, if you want to. If you feel like you are not strong enough or it is too dangerous, then I advise you not do this. He said at the time that he would not do it because he does not believe that his lungs would be strong enough to be able to do a proper blow into the machine. And so we held off on doing that until we returned to Beaverbush Station, where he asked to do a breathalyzer.
Okay. And with the breathalyzer at the Beaverbush Station, now, as I understand, a reading was obtained. Do you recall what that reading was?
Vividly, it was a 0.07, which is just under the legal limit. So he was good, which is why we did not charge with any operating under influence charges.
Okay. And just for the record for the court as well, could you advise me, sir, what the legal blood alcohol limit is in the state of San Andreas?
It is 0.08.
So, with that in your mind, he was fully cognizant and aware, even though he had ingested alcohol, he was legally responsible to be operating a motor vehicle.
In the eyes of the law, yes. He was within legal, yeah.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Just another question in regards to his statements waiting for you by the car. Do you believe that Mr. Sharp was in a heightened state of stress?
He seemed to be slightly fidgety. Kind of like with his arms, was talking a lot with his hands.
Mm-hmm.
He said that he was going through a really rough week. He said that he had lost his job recently, and that he was out on the trail to hunt to kind of take his mind off of everything. And he had also mentioned earlier in that day, after exiting the hospital, he was also robbed by a South Side gang by the name of the Ballas.
Okay, alrighty. Now, with the statement that he made to you there, where you said he's been fidgety, did it strike you at all that he may have been in a situation where he could have pre-planned what to say to you rather than being upfront?
Objection, leading.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Your Honor, I was asking that when he was making the statement that, as Ranger Avarice had just said, he appeared fidgety, whether, in Ranger Avarice's opinion, he may have had time or seemed to have pre-planned the statement in any way.
Objection calls for conclusion and leading.
You have a rebuttal, Mr. Cortez?
Well, I mean, my rebuttal on this one, Your Honor, would be quite simply that, as a law enforcement officer, it's well within the Ranger's purview, using their investigative skills, to be able to determine whether something may have been a pre-planned statement to elude or preclude or discontinue someone from being a suspect. I'm just simply asking the ranger, in his very professional opinion as a senior ranger, whether that statement merited any kind of those concerns from him or whether it was a genuine utterance.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Move on to the next question.
Okay. No further questions from myself, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Murdank, your witness.
Good evening, Senior Ranger Everest. I really appreciate you being here tonight for this trial.
Good evening.
You holding up okay? You need any food or water before we keep going?
Oh, I should be okay. I'm pretty tough.
All right, I've got several questions for you this evening. I'm going to try to be fairly quick about them so that we don't have to spend any more time here than necessary, all right?
Sounds great.
All right. Did you receive a 911 call expressing concern about an injured deer?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Your Honor, the defense is entitled to establish, again, the set of facts that may prove its case.
Overruled. Answer the question.
Yes.
Did Andrew Sharp place the 911 call about the injured deer?
That is what was relayed to us, that it was a Mr. Andrew Sharp that was the caller of the 911 call.
So the answer is yes.
I guess the answer is yes then.
Thank you. Did Andrew Sharp indicate that he was concerned for the well-being of the animal at issue in the 911 call?
Yes.
Did Andrew Sharp refer to the situation as an accident in the 911 call?
In the 911 call, yes.
Did Andrew Sharp indicate any intent in the 911 call to abandon the animal at issue?
What was relayed to me, so no.
Prior to arriving on the scene of the 911 call, did you have any reason to believe that Andrew Sharp had intentionally hit the animal?
– Probably not.
No.
It's okay to say.
The call said that it was an accident.
Thank you.
Couldn't hear that.
Have you personally seen any other case for animal cruelty taken to trial in Los Santos?
Objection. Irrelevant, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the harm must be egregious in order for the prosecution to prove its case. The defense intends to argue that the harm at issue is not egregious by the standards of Los Santos based on the prosecution's decisions not to prosecute related incidents and the frequency of occurrences where animals are harmed.
Repeat your question before I rule.
Have you personally seen any other case for animal cruelty taken to trial in Los Santos?
Objection sustained. Move on to the next question, Mr. Murdoch.
There we go.
Have you familiarized yourself with the phrasing of the statutory charge for animal cruelty?
Yes. I know what it means.
Are you able to repeat the phrasing to the best of your ability?
To the best of my ability, I mean, I can paraphrase. Otherwise, I can pull up the MDT and read it.
Paraphrasing is just fine.
When somebody
Objection, Your Honor. Speculative. He's asking for someone to sit there and on the spot immediately and accurately recall fact when law enforcement in the MDT have charges implicitly laid out so that they can confirm their accuracy. There's no way that he could possibly expect for him to make that statement and is knowingly trying to mislead.
Your Honor, the prosecution just spent a good amount of time arguing that Mr. Avarice here is an expert witness, and I strongly believe that he is an expert witness and that he is qualified to testify about his personal knowledge of the charge and whether or not it is appropriate in this instance.
Oh, I got us there. Either a road or take it. You're either a road professional witness or you can take that.
No.
My next question is also going to be, would you like me to read it to you? If he doesn't know it.
Right, objection overruled.
It's fine, we'll take it.
Feel free to paraphrase.
He's
Okay.
sitting there asking for somebody.
It is when someone admittedly,
Okay, well, if you think it gets too frisky,
purposely
just object to battering.
takes the life of
If he tries to mock
an
it, just object
animal
to battering.
without the, I guess, purpose of hunting it for sport.
That's a good effort, Ranger Avarice. Unfortunately, it's not quite right. Is it okay with you if I read it out to you?
Sure, you gotta go slow though.
No problem. It is unlawful to intentionally inflict egregious forms of harm towards any domestic or wild animal. This includes, but is not limited to, maliciously crushing, burning, drowning, suffocating,
Objection, counsel,
impaling,
testifying.
torturing, maiming, and or mutilating an animal. Does that sound right to you?
Couldn't hear you there. Liam.
Objection, counsel,
I
testifying.
believe you if you read
Objection.
it from the law.
Counsel's testifying.
Your Honor, we can pull it from MDT if we need to. This is an inquisition into the competency of the ranger.
Wouldn't it be like argumentative as well?
Well, now it is. But
Your Honor, we also
testifying.
would object that it's going to become argumentative that he is trying to disprove. He's just admitted that he considers him a special, an expert witness in himself, and he's now sitting there and saying that he is trying to disprove the fact that he's an expert witness, whilst also testifying as to the nature of the charge, Your Honor. I mean,
to be clear, I didn't say he's not an expert. The competency issues will be related to future questioning.
All right, we're going to move on. Sustain.
Okay.
The objection is sustained.
Do you have an opinion on what the definition of the word egregious is, specifically in the context of how it is used in the charge for animal cruelty as an expert?
objection, speculative.
Beyond the scope.
He's an expert.
It's also beyond the scope, Your Honor.
We did not ask any questions in direct regarding to the egregious nature of the...
If you'd like us to clarify further, Your Honor, we can.
No, there's no need overruled.
Just let it go.
Do you have an opinion on what the definition of the word egregious is, specifically in the context of how it is used in the charge for animal cruelty?
Do I have an opinion? No.
Okay. Do you believe that a law enforcement officer without an opinion of the definitions of the charges is competent to testify about whether an individual has committed the offenses described by the charges?
Yes.
What was the question?
Have you ever accidentally hit an animal while driving?
No.
Never?
No. Kind of goes against my whole range.
Your Honor, objection, scope. The witness is not the one that's on trial here for hitting an animal. To sit there and ask whether or not there's any relevancy to that, let alone the fact it was never brought up in direct.
Your Honor, the defense is entitled to prove its case, and it's relevant to determine whether or not the harm at issue is egregious.
Repeat the question you asked.
Have you ever accidentally hit an animal while driving?
Overruled.
Congratulations on not ever hitting an animal while driving. It's very impressive. I know that even while, not intending to.
Objection, Your Honor, battering the witness.
Oh, I'm congratulating him.
Move on, Mr. Murdank, please.
I'm trying. Have you ever, would you say, in your best approximation, that the residents of Los Santos regularly strike animals with their vehicles? As an expert.
I don't gather statistics based on everybody's lives and how many they hit, but people do hit animals on accident. Yes.
Sure. Would you say, in your best approximation, that residents of Los Santos regularly intentionally strike animals with their vehicles?
Speculation.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Approximately how often do the Rangers receive calls about animals hit by vehicles?
Let this go.
Objection, Your Honor, scope.
Let it go.
Your Honor, as before, this is about whether the harm is egregious.
We withdraw the objection.
Approximately how often do the Rangers receive calls about animals hit by vehicles?
As I don't work every day, I can't say every day because I'm not there some days, but the days that I do work, we do get calls that animals are hit quite often.
Okay. Approximately how often do rangers discover, in your best approximation, animals that have been hit by vehicles in hit and run situations?
Is that relevant?
Let it go.
Each situation is different. I couldn't give you an accurate answer.
There you go.
Could you
Rely on
guess?
him. He's good.
As an expert, based on your experience?
As hit and runs?
That's got to be speculation.
Lower than
As hit and runs.
Lower
he's
than
an expert.
people staying
What?
around. I talk to more people than I have to investigate hit and runs on animals.
He's good. He's good. Just let him go.
Interesting. Do you believe that most residents of Los Santos place a call to the rangers every time they hit an animal with their vehicles, intentionally or unintentionally?
Okay, that one's speculation.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
It's his expert opinion, Your Honor.
He can't testify to every man.
Your Honor, he cannot be expected, even in his expert status, to testify upon every single incident.
Sustained.
If an individual hits an animal with their vehicle and places a 911 call about it, would you generally assume that the person did so intentionally?
Let it go. Let it go.
Nope.
Gas
I
and
give everybody their chance
I've got that in closing.
to explain the situation.
I appreciate that. Did you tell Andrew Sharp to stand against your truck?
For his safety, because he was wobbling, yes.
Please stick to yes or no answers unless I ask for further information. Thank you. Is it possible that Andrew Sharp did not feel free to leave after you told him to stand against your truck?
I don't know how he feels.
Yeah.
Is it possible, in your expert opinion, based on the fact that you have held multiple people in custody and given orders on a regular basis,
This is good.
that Andrew Sharp did not feel free to leave after you told him to stand against your truck?
Again, I can't tell you how Andrew felt.
Let me be more clear about the question. I'm not asking you to testify about how he actually felt. I'm asking you to testify about whether, in your expert opinion, any individual person who you tell to stand against your truck in a situation where they may be scared or shocked might not feel free to leave.
Asked and answered.
Calls for speculation. Calls for speculation.
Objection. Calls for speculation on behalf of the witness.
Sustained.
There you go.
Did you ask any questions of Andrew Sharp after asking him to stand against your truck?
Objection. Asked and answered. Direct. He stated numerous times when when asked by the state whether he purposefully asked any questions after telling the defendant to wait by the truck, of which the witness has identified that he did not.
Overruled. You can answer the question again.
Did you ask any questions, whether intended to be interrogatory or otherwise, of Andrew Sharp after asking him to stand against your truck?
I did not.
Yeah, just trust him on that one. That's a simple question.
Oh yeah, no.
Did you ask Andrew Sharp what happened for the second time after asking him to stand against your truck?
For the second time, I did not. I was focused on the deer.
Did you or do you have any reason to believe Andrew Sharp could have been emotionally vulnerable or otherwise mentally unstable at the time you questioned him?
It's only speculation.
It's speculation, yeah. Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. Yes, he's an expert witness, but he's not a psychologist. You can't expect him to be able to sit there and pinpointly identify what Mr. Sharp's mental capacity or state may have been other than what he's already offered in testimony.
Your Honor, law enforcement officers are specifically trained not to question individuals without Mirandizing them first based on the fact that they could be vulnerable and are trained to handle individuals in vulnerable situations. This is a question of his opinion as an expert.
Sorry, I thought I was speaking. Overruled. Continue.
Did you or do you have any reason to believe Andrew Sharp could have been emotionally vulnerable or otherwise mentally unstable at the time you questioned him?
I guess he's going to say no.
After he was Mirandized?
at any point at the time you questioned him?
I do not believe the man was unstable, no.
You had no, just to be clear, you had no reason to believe at any time that he could have been in shock or otherwise emotionally vulnerable.
That's an answer.
Objection, Your Honor. He's already asked an answer. It's not clarification. It's trying to change the statement the witness just made.
Sustained.
You previously testified that you were aware that Andrew Sharp had lost his job earlier in the week. Is it possible that Andrew Sharp could have been emotionally vulnerable and in a state of shock after hitting a deer with his car
He can't
and losing his job
physical
earlier in the
mental state
week?
of the client, of the defendant.
Objection, speculation. There's no way that he could possibly sit there and speculate as to what the mental capacity or his disposition was at the time outside of what he has already established, which, if I recall, he has advised the court that no, he did not believe that he was incapacitated or unstable. It's already been asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained, asked, and answered.
Here we go. Fuck, get off of this question.
Is it possible that Andrew Sharp felt compelled to confess based on the fact that you were questioning him without a lawyer present?
Objection, speculation. Calls for the witness to sit there and somehow magically know what the client may be thinking at the time, again, outside of his training.
Sustained.
Did you know of any potentially incriminating evidence at the time that you questioned Andrew Sharp?
Objection, speculation.
Your Honor, the witness previously testified that he had investigated the deer.
Overruled. Answer the question.
Did you know of any, potentially incriminating evidence at the time you questioned Andrew Sharp?
After he was Mirandized, yes.
Did you make any inspection of the scene prior to Mirandizing Andrew Sharp?
Checking on the animal is the only thing I did after arriving. So that would be before Mirandizing him.
Didn't you just testify earlier tonight that you checked on and just now even, that you checked on the animal prior to Mirandizing Andrew Sharp? Did you not know of any potentially incriminating evidence as a result of checking on the animal?
What difference does that make?
The call was about a potentially injured animal. I was checking on the call that he had called in.
I understand that. The question is whether checking on the deer could have led you to be aware of any potentially incriminating evidence prior to Mirandizing Andrew Sharp.
She should say yes.
Prior to, I don't believe the deer was a full force of saying that he did it. Just because there is a dead deer doesn't mean that he did it. It wasn't until after when he admitted to doing it.
But
could the evidence be incriminating? Let me make sure that I'm being very clear about this. I understand that you were not aware of any testimony until that testimony was provided to you, but now you investigated the deer prior to Andrew Sharp being Mirandized. We've established this, right?
I checked on the deer, correct.
Okay. And to what extent did you investigate the deer prior to Andrew Sharp being Mirandized?
Like I said before, it's injuries.
So you were aware of the deer's injuries prior to Andrew Sharp being Mirandized, but your testimony is that that could not have possibly been incriminating evidence?
Yes.
I do not believe so, no.
Is this because...
it is because generally when you investigate something, you get the full picture and don't jump to conclusions.
There you go.
I understand that.
That's a very good answer.
Is your testimony that without the confession, there's no evidence of intent?
I mean, unless I can read his mind.
Yes or no answer, please. But I appreciate the joke.
Without his confession, no, it would be hard to say that it would be done on purpose.
Is there any other evidence of intent other than his confession?
Yes, the tire marks. Say the tire marks, please.
Objection. It's already been asked and answered. The witnesses testified that there are tire marks. They've advised their expert opinion.
I'd like a yes or no answer.
But sorry, I'm going to forgive me, Your Honor. That was I just wish to apologize to the court for that. That was more an internal statement, sir.
It's okay. Just to be clear, is there any other evidence of Andrew Sharp's intent other than his confession in your expert opinion?
Yes or no?
Correct. The tire treads.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the defense is going to object at this time to the impermissible testimony on the part of the prosecution that, based on the earlier testimony prior to the objection when Ranger Avarice was interrupted and the testimony afterwards led to a change in testimony.
That was a complete accident on my behalf.
We ask that you not consider that change in testimony and note Ranger Avarice's attempt to answer the question prior to Mr. Cortez's admittedly unintentional comment.
Do you want to take the first or the second statement?
The first statement?
Sustained.
Does that mean that you'll be considering the first statement?
Just the first statement.
Great, thank you. At the time that Andrew Sharp was allegedly Mirandized, was he informed that he was under arrest?
Yeah, we're going to
alleged he was Mirandized.
If you want,
he was informed that we were going to ask him questions.
Yeah,
was he told whether he was under arrest, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes?
After he was Mirandized, yes.
I don't know where we do that.
In the process of being Mirandized, was he told that he was under arrest?
Do you want to know how to answer that question without getting objected to?
Yeah.
I guess you would have
Did
to
you
refer
discover the evidence
to
of tire
Melvin
marks
Fox's
before
statement
Mirandizing
on what
him?
he said to him.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all
I'm
you
going to
asked.
pull that up here on my tablet. Did you hear Ranger Fox read Andrew Sharp his Miranda rights?
As I was passing by them back towards the Deer to Market, he was indeed reading his Miranda rights, correct.
Did you hear the full process of Ranger Fox reading his Miranda rights?
No, we are trained to trust our fellow Rangers to read the entire rights, as we don't cut corners.
No problem. Did Mr. Sharp sign a document to your knowledge indicating that he waived his Miranda rights?
Not required in the state. Object on that.
I guess not. I don't know what document you would be referring to.
Just any document.
Again, I was away from the situation at the Deer.
Don't worry about it.
No problem. Did you ever hear Mr. Sharp say the words, "I don't want a lawyer"?
Again, I was at the Deer away from the situation.
So no.
I can't say yes or no because I was not there. I'm not going to speak on behalf of what ifs.
What? I'm asking if you heard him.
Just say no.
I guess not, then no.
Did you hear Mr. Sharp vocalize in any way that he did not want a lawyer?
Just say no.
Not from the times I was around him.
Did you hear Mr. Sharp vocalize affirmatively that he was waiving his Miranda rights?
Again, I was not there when he was read his Miranda rights, so no.
About an hour ago.
At the time that Andrew Sharp allegedly confessed, did you or do you have any reason to believe he was distraught or upset?
I do not believe so.
Asked and answered, but
you testified earlier that you were aware of him losing his job and being robbed by the Ballas. Does this strike you as any possible reason to believe that he might have been distraught or upset?
You should say yes here.
I mean, I don't really look at the people's psyches with my job, so I can't really determine that.
Okay.
That's actually a pretty decent answer.
At the time that Andrew Sharp allegedly confessed, did you or do you have any reason to believe that he was in a state of shock?
Okay.
One more time.
At the time that Andrew Sharp
Speculation.
allegedly confessed, did you or do you?
No.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I will withdraw the objection at this time.
At the time that Andrew Sharp allegedly confessed, did you or do you have any reason to believe that he was in a state of shock?
He did confess. It's not alleged. But I do not believe he was in a state of shock. He was speaking very clearly.
You mentioned earlier that he was fidgeting. You don't believe...
Has nothing to do with how he talks.
I'd like to finish the question, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
You stated earlier that he was fidgeting and that he had difficulty following your sobriety test. You don't have any reason to believe, based on that evidence, that he could have been in a state of shock, based on all you know about the situation and the facts that led him to be there?
Based on how he was speaking very clearly to me, no, I do not believe he was in a state of shock.
At the time that Andrew Sharp allegedly confessed, did he have a lawyer present?
Which time? Because he confessed multiple times. The first time, no, he did not. But he was read his rights that he had the right to a lawyer.
Neither time he had a lawyer present?
Unless you were in the bushes.
I was not in the bushes, unfortunately. You know, I wish I could have been there. Did you intend to interrogate Andrew Sharp after you arrived on scene?
I never intend to interrogate anybody in my job.
Do you ever intend to question anyone when you arrive on a scene?
Depends on the situation.
There you go.
So you roll up
Good
on a
answer.
scene and you don't ask people questions?
Again, it depends on the situation. Sometimes we don't need to ask questions. Sometimes it's just saying hello.
When you respond to
He
a
is a ranger,
911 call, do you often ask questions?
detective.
Most of the time, if it's a 911 call, which is an emergency call, yes, we do ask questions.
Did you imagine that you might have some questions upon arriving at the scene?
Sure, yeah.
Did you therefore intend to ask Andrew Sharp questions upon arriving at the scene?
Here we go.
It's already asked and answered this, but I'll see what it is.
I did not intend to ask anybody
There
any
you go.
questions, but it is there if it's needed.
Is it possible that Andrew Sharp believed you intended to interrogate him after you directed him to stand against your vehicle?
Speculation. Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. Even though, again, he's an expert witness, he cannot attest to what Mr. Sharp may or may not have thought would occur once he arrived on scene.
I disagree. He can make reasonable judgments in his expert opinion about what the average or reasonable person would perceive in that situation, and also apply his expert opinions based on his knowledge of the situation.
We'll see what the judge says.
Sustained.
There we go.
Do you believe Andrew Sharp intended to maliciously crush the animal he called to ask the Rangers to help him save?
Maybe a cause for conclusion.
Nope.
Are you asking me if I think this guy did this on purpose, like pre-planned?
Well, I'm asking you to answer the question as it's phrased.
Okay,
Do
I
you-
guess re-ask.
Of course. Do you believe Andrew Sharp intended to maliciously crush the animal he called to ask the Rangers to help him save?
I don't know what his intent was.
Do you
That's not what
believe
you should've
Andrew
said.
Sharp intended to burn the animal he called to ask the Rangers to help him save?
What?
He's reading off the
Again,
list.
don't know what
the
his
law.
intent was.
Oh.
I apologize. We're going to go through a couple of these based on the text of the statute. We can just go real quick if you like.
Sure.
Do you believe that Andrew Sharp intended to drown the animal he called to ask the Rangers to help him save?
I do not know his intentions.
Do you believe that Andrew Sharp intended to suffocate the animal he called to ask the Rangers to help him save?
I do not know his intentions.
Do you believe that Andrew Sharp intended to impale the animal he called to ask the Rangers to help him save?
I do
You should
not
answer
know
yes
his
to crushed.
intentions.
Because he said
Do you believe that Andrew Sharp intended to torture the animal
Sorry.
he called to ask
Might
the
do
Rangers
that
to help him save?
Redirect.
I do not know his intentions.
Do you believe that Andrew Sharp intended to maim
tire
the
tracks.
animal he called to ask the Rangers to help him save?
No,
I
you asked it again to
do
be
not
asked,
know
answered,
his
be hard.
intentions.
Do you believe that Andrew Sharp intended to mutilate the animal he called to ask the Rangers to help him save?
I do not know his intentions.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. I'm sorry we had to go through those.
It is all
Oh,
right.
I'm so sorry.
Oh my God, he's so close to him.
I don't know what came over me.
Never mind, I'm not gonna say it's inappropriate.
Now, you testified earlier that you're not capable of reading minds. Just to make sure that I understood that correctly, can you confirm that you're not capable of reading minds?
Okay, that's fine.
Unless that's deep down inside me, I have no idea.
Objection, Your Honor, badgering the witness.
I'm so sorry. I don't intend it to be in a badgering way. I'm just trying to establish the abilities and credentials of the witness, Your Honor.
Repeat your question that you asked.
He testified earlier that he doesn't have any abilities to read minds. I just wanted to confirm that was his intended testimony. Apologies, and he cannot read minds.
Move on to the next question.
No problem. Do you have any training in psychology or psychiatry?
None.
And just to make sure that we're consistent with your testimony from the line of questions I just asked you, you weren't able to read the thoughts of Andrew Sharp at the time of the incident.
That is correct. My name is Wilson Avers, not Mr. X.
Very good. And you're not qualified in any way to testify as to the subjective beliefs or intentions of others?
That he should answer that he is.
In my opinion, without being able to read minds, I guess I can't say what people's intentions are.
Of course.
He's just being
That's consistent with what you've testified. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's just
We're going to switch gears a little bit here. Are you ready?
Sure.
Excellent.
Less idiots.
Are you aware of the concept of a false confession?
Yes. Is this within scope?
Yes.
Have you ever experienced a defendant or detainee recanting a confession?
Probably not.
Because Andrew Sharp is only the second person I've ever had to put in a jail cell. He is the first to ever do that.
Have you ever experienced an individual confessing to a crime they did not commit?
As Andrew Sharp is the only person who has confessed to a crime that I've ever arrested, no, I have not had that in my professional career.
Do you have any basis other than Andrew Sharp's recanted confession to evidence that he intended to hit the animal that he called to ask the Rangers to help him save?
Yes.
And again,
yes,
with the Mr. X thing, I can't read his mind, so besides his confession, I have nothing to say. That he would want to do it on purpose.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, our witness is an idiot.
Is there any reason that you might have to believe that Andrew Sharp's confession could have been falsely made?
I have no reason to believe that it was falsely made.
Other than the fact that he recanted it?
I mean, just because somebody recants it doesn't mean that the first 6 times that they admitted to it doesn't mean that those aren't true.
So there's no possible reason for you to believe that it could have been falsely made based on the fact that he recanted it?
Surely that's asked and answered.
Yes, please go ahead.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered. Can we move along,
Just
please?
want to make sure we're on the same page, Your Honor. Happy to move on.
All right, please move on. Thank you.
Has Andrew Sharp ever falsely confessed to Rangers in the past?
There is a note on the MDT that he has multiple occasions made false reports about animal cruelty, yes.
Is it possible that Andrew Sharp falsely confessed in this instance?
Speculative.
No.
Based on my evidence and everything that I determined at the scene, I do not believe it was a false statement, no.
Is it possible that Andrew Sharp falsely confessed in this instance? You said you don't believe that it was a false confession. I want to make sure you answer the question about whether it is possible.
Yes, it is possible.
Sure, in a percentage way, I guess it is possible.
Did you consider at all whether the confession proffered by Andrew Sharp could be a false one based upon his history of false confessions?
Based upon his history, sure, it could have.
When you received the 911
he
call
shouldn't have
from
said
Andrew
that.
Sharp, was there any part of you that doubted whether it was sincere?
I had no idea who Andrew Sharp was upon the call.
Ooh,
I've
that
never
works for
met the
us.
man.
That's good.
Okay. Again, a little bit of a gear change here. Have you ever become angry at a coworker?
Okay.
No, I'm pretty laid back.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
This is relevant given the relationship of Andrew Sharp with the Rangers, and he was a former coworker of theirs.
Your Honor, if I may, the witness has just said that he's never met Mr. Sharp before. The relevance to this specific witness is really not tangible at this point.
Repeat your question.
Have you ever bet?
No, that was
have you ever become angry at a coworker?
I didn't think about that.
I'm sustaining the objection. Move on to your next question.
Have you ever been annoyed at a coworker?
Okay, same thing.
Objection, same relevance.
Please move on to the next line of questioning if you have that.
I have some questions that the witness should be able to testify to that are in the same line.
Okay, move on to that then.
Upon information and belief, have any Rangers ever been pranked by Andrew Sharp?
To my knowledge, no, because I have been gone in Japan for 4 months.
No worries.
Just keep answering that, though.
But you understand that there's a note on his MDT profile?
That he has made false reports, yes.
Okay. Is it possible that those could be described as pranks?
You need to ask him when he was made aware of
Okay. No problem.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
Upon information and belief, have any Rangers ever been upset by the actions of Andrew Sharp?
I can't speak on behalf of my fellow coworkers.
Just in your experience.
Again, I literally dealt with the guy for that day, and I was my first day back from Japan, so I had not talked to anybody about Andrew Sharp, so I don't know.
No problem. You reviewed his MDT profile just to make sure that I have foundation for the next question?
After Mirandize, yes, I did pull up his profile on the MDT.
No problem. On his profile on the MDT, is there any information about whether actions have ever been taken in response to the actions of Andrew Sharp?
I would have to look at it if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Unless there's an objection from the prosecution.
Wouldn't they be honest with the evidence to support that?
Yeah, he's testifying.
Those were expunged.
Now that I have it up, can you just repeat your question?
Yeah, no problem.
Raise it up.
Your Honor, if I could, it is my understanding that Mr. Sharp has been a lucky recipient of an expungement. As such, any past charges are really irrelevant to knowledge at this point.
I'm not necessarily asking about charges, Your Honor, and I'm asking about content of his profile generally.
It would be the same thing.
It would be, Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Upon information and belief, have any Rangers ever taken action against Andrew Sharp in response to actions he's taken in relation to the Rangers?
Don't get the counter or anything with Snyder.
Let's see.
Yes or no?
Sorry.
I gotta read his MD team.
No worries. Just yes or no when you're ready. I can repeat the question as well.
Yeah, if you could repeat it.
Upon information and belief, have any Rangers ever taken action in response to the actions of Andrew Sharp?
Wouldn't that be
Based
assumption?
on what I am seeing, just
he's
kind
being
of
referred to the
surface,
MDT.
I do not see
Okay.
anything like that. Just the note about him making false claims to Rangers of committing animal cruelty.
Okay. Upon information and belief, have any Rangers ever told Andrew Sharp that he should stop engaging in certain kinds of behavior?
Couldn't tell you.
How about the note about false confessions?
Whether they told him that or not, I don't know.
Okay.
We'll let him answer. He's good.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Another line of questioning change, and then we're close to wrapping up. Don't worry.
Keep saying that.
Have you ever forgotten equipment necessary to perform a job or task?
What?
Absolutely not.
Not even off duty?
I mean, off duty, no. I'm a pretty like my checklists. Make sure I got everything before I do stuff because I don't like making second trips back. It's a waste of time.
You know, I don't like them either. But I'm just going to ask you a couple more questions in this line, okay?
Sure.
Oh, here we go. I know.
Have you ever left to obtain the equipment you forgot prior to resuming your performance?
Pride myself on believing I don't think I've ever forgotten anything that I've set out to do.
That's very admirable. Have you ever gone mining?
I have not. I am a ranger, not a miner.
So you'd say that you've never gone mining only to discover that you've forgotten your wash pan and pickaxe?
Okay,
Sure, I
objection.
haven't been
What the
mining.
fuck is this
Objection,
about?
Your Honor. Relevance.
Your Honor, it should become clear in just a moment. Afford me a little leniency here.
I'll allow it. Just make sure you get to the point as quick as possible.
I'll skip the woodcutting question. How about that? Is it possible that absent the alleged incident, Andrew Sharp could have arrived at the area where he intended to hunt, discovered he did not have his license or rifle with him, and left to obtain those items?
Objection.
No.
Speculation.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Your Honor is an expert witness.
He doesn't know he did that.
Your Honor, if I may.
Sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sustained objection.
Okay.
There's no charge.
And I think I've asked my last two questions already based on earlier testimony, so that wraps up my questions for you. Thank you very much for your time tonight, Ranger Avarice.
Oh, thank you.
No problem. You have a good night.
I'm going to redirect on a couple of things, okay?
See, if you want to, go ahead and see if you can get it.
Would the state like to redirect the witness?
We would, Your Honor.
All right, you may approach. Please keep it brief.
I will certainly try, Your Honor. Ranger Avarice, thank you so much for your continued patience during everything today. I'm going to try and keep it as brief as possible. With the prior statements in regards to the tire marks, things like that, I'd like to ask you, were you aware of the tire treads before or after Mr. Sharp was Mirandized?
Both. I mean, I noticed them. You can follow the car. As soon as I got on scene, I could see the tire treads marks.
So I guess if I might clarify for you a little bit further, with the tracks that you saw, at what point did you take them into account as to what the incident? Sorry, let me rephrase. At what point did you consider the tire tracks may be relevant to your investigation, before or after Mr. Sharp was Mirandized?
After. To kind of follow his story about intent, and then to also kind of, because I smelled alcohol, I kind of wanted to see if it matched up with kind of erratic driving as we see in most drunk drivers.
Okay. Now, Ranger Avarice, during your training, which I would assume is quite extensive in terms of taking somebody into custody, cautioning them with their Miranda rights, have you ever been advised that someone must explicitly advise you that they do not understand their rights, given that there is a section, and if I may quote, that anything you say or do can and will be used against you in a court of law?
So personally, when I read the rights, I always ask the individual, and this is also the way I was trained, if they understood the rights as they were read to them.
Okay. And as you said, it was the way that you were trained. Was Ranger Fox trained in the same way?
He was trained the same way any other ranger is trained. So, yes, sorry, to answer your question.
Okay. Alrighty. At any point during the confessions that Mr. Sharp advised to you, was he re-cautioned that he was under Miranda and then offered another confession to you?
If Melvin re-cautioned him, I have no idea.
Okay. No,
I did. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, sorry. That's okay. I thank you very much for that. Bear with me one moment. I just have a note I left over on my desk there. I do apologize.
Yep.
One moment.
It is hot in here.
Anything else you guys can think of real quick? Because I think we've got the tire track back.
No, I think that's fine. You can probably wrap it up.
Yeah, that's the only thing I was going to say with the evidence is supported with what happened with the affidavit of the questioning and whatnot.
Okay, yep. Your Honor,
read
the
from the
state...
affidavit.
Sorry, one moment. Sorry, go ahead.
You can go ahead. I would probably ask him if he has read the affidavit and to read it and see if it's match up with his recall.
Okay. Ranger Everest, have you had a chance to read the People's Exhibit D, the affidavit signed by Ranger Fox?
I have not had the chance. No, sorry. I can do so if you need me to.
If I could ask you to go ahead and read that, and can you affirm that to the best of your recollection, that is accurate?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. The prosecution is welcome to question Mr. Avarice directly about his experiences relevant to the affidavit.
Your Honor, as Ranger Avarice was and has stated numerous times, including in the defense's own questioning, he was present during elements of this. I'm asking him purely to confirm the elements that he was present for and have already testified to, if they are relayed as accurate to his knowledge. I'm not asking for any extrapolation, only confirmation.
The defense's objection is as to form. The prosecution is welcome to ask individual questions.
All right, I will allow the witness to confirm parts of the affidavit where he was indeed present.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I do have it pulled up as well, so if you need to ask, I can just go to whatever part.
Okay, so just as His Honor said there, in parts that you know you were present for, do they match with your recollection of events?
Okay, let's see. Was April 7th. 911 call was for Mr. Sharp. Did indeed call myself to the scene.
Catch you later, Deathy.
The part where he broke off his patrol and came to me as I called for him for backup is correct. The hunting license part, where he said he didn't have the license with him, and that he's never obtained a physical copy from City Hall is correct. The firearm portion where I asked him if he had it on him is correct. The Bala's robbing portion is correct. The part where I asked to frisk him for a weapon is correct. As well as the following of his agreement and such like that.
So just in summary there, from everything that you've been able to read, everything does appear to be confirmed from your recollection. Okay.
That is correct, yep.
All right, thank you so much. The state has no further questions.
Would the defense like to recross?
You did good.
Yes, please.
All right.
See if we're here for another 2 hours.
Yeah.
Ranger Avarice, this will be just real quick.
Sounds good. Sorry.
Did Andrew Sharp recant his confession?
Go back on it? Yes.
Yes. Did he stick to that recanted confession in the end?
After admittance multiple times, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it.
I guess the only thing is, like, when did he recant it?
All right, Mr. Ranger, you may step down.
After Murdank got there.
Did it beforehand.
Into the gallery.
I want to wipe that down. It's so sweaty.
Please sanitize that. Some swipes from the desk. Does the state have any other witnesses or pieces of evidence they would like to
submit everything you have?
Present? No.
Your Honor, at this particular point in time, we would like to resubmit People's Exhibits B, C, and D to the record, with People's Exhibit D being the formal affidavit signed by Ranger Fox, as he was unable to be here today due to an emergency.
This court hereby acknowledges People's Exhibit B, C, and D.
Here we go.
D being Ranger Fox's affidavit. Any other pieces of evidence or witnesses you would like to? Sorry, I don't know if you were just speaking.
No, I was just about to advise you, Your Honor, we have no further witnesses or other pieces of information.
Okay. Does the defense have any pieces of evidence or witnesses they would like to call up to the stand?
Your Honor, the defense reiterates its submission during the discovery process of the relevant case law that was submitted for those purposes. We will not be calling Mr. Sharp today, and we thank Ranger Avarice for his testimony. We will not be calling him for direct examination.
All right, we're going to take a brief 15-minute recess to prepare for closing. After 15 minutes, we're going to move into closing. Recess begins now. Oh, the chair works now.
Stand.
15-minute recess, all right.
That is all long. I need to zone out for a little bit. And...
I'm gonna be honest.
Are you okay?
When I volunteered for this, I thought it would be one of those 30-minute in and out jobs. I can't.
No,
believe they've
no,
got
you
me
never. No,
Did
sir.
I hear that you knocked out Aiden today? Is that true? Or Adrian today?
Adrian.
Sorry, there's an Ajax too. Yeah, I thought he was gonna run.
I didn't.
All right. I'm gonna think about something real quick for a couple of moments.
We were practicing wrestling moves, and I hit her with the Stone Cold Stunner, and then she got knocked out.
I've got to do the same.
Why do you need to practice wrestling moves?
Because
she's not
I
a
don't
wrestler.
know.
You're not a wrestler.
I know it was a bad idea, and I regretted it, and I was very sorry, and we made up.
Oh, I'm watching you. Oh my god.
I know you can watch me, and I apologize for knocking out one of your prosecutors.
Don't do it again.
I won't. It was voluntarily, though. She says okay.
Did you say okay?
That's what you told me. I don't know. I don't remember it.
You understand, even though she says okay, as long as she doesn't sign a contract, anything that you do is liable, right?
I know. But
Good.
She wasn't supposed to hit her head, but she did hit her head.
Okay. Well,
the only place that fights are loud at Vinewood PD is on the rooftop. Everyone knows this.
I know, and we should have practiced on the rooftop, and that's my mistake.
Well, at least he admits he's in the wrong.
Yeah. Watching you.
She's better now, which is all that matters. I could get food. I'm about to pass out.
I mean, I literally don't remember that part of my life, but okay.
Well,
if you consider that better now.
You're all better.
Oh, okay.
I guess that means better.
I guess so.
Good job, boys.
God, I wish I had a bar license.
Yeah, I know. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right. My legs are going numb, I think.
Yeah.
I've been sitting here for a while. It's not the longest case I've ever been to. I think Gary Schumann's one in which a ranger lost her job for shooting Alice Medlin, who had a raccoon mask on, shot her with a tranquilizer gun, and put her in a cage. That one was like 5 hours, I think.
Okay, well, if we had one more witness, this would have been another 2 hours.
Yeah, it would have.
Yeah, I was just gonna.
Wordy boys.
Just gonna say, whenever Andrew Sharp was put in for the 9s, he acted kind of erratically.
Okay, the next time this motherfucker comes into court and brings up going mining and forgetting his pan and pick, I'm gonna fucking lose it. Who the fuck says that in court?
I don't know. Who says? Who asked?
Are
if
you
can
a
read
minor?
minds?
Okay, I also want to talk to the Rangers after this, if that's possible, because I didn't realize they're that dumb.
Can I slide in here? Can I get in?
I'm gonna go and smoke and get food. I'll be back.
Anyway, he was all like,
kind of losing it, but as soon as somebody walked in, he became very angry at. So I don't know. He was all over the place. And
Yeah, I don't know why you put on your Class A's for this.
Whoever is yelling in the courtroom, if
Fair
you could
enough.
please lower your voice.
Anyway, I just want to let you know.
As an advisory to the Rangers, one of y'all's real loud, like. Okay, closing
talking
statement.
about this because I want to fucking.
You want to do closing for me? I mean, fuck, I'll let you do closing.
No. I want to talk to the Rangers and ask them what the fuck they think they're doing. It literally is their job to ask and concern themselves about someone's intent to do something. That's half of the fucking law.
Yeah.
It is their job.
Okay, so, all right. Things that we want to touch on. We've provided that an expert witness has been able to testify that there was no deviation from the path of movement of the vehicle, no change in speed, no avoidance. The animal suffered injuries conclusive with being struck by a vehicle. The subject themselves confessed multiple times, including under multiple Mirandas. Only.
Hey, I've got a present for you guys.
No.
Outside
Is
in
it
the
deer
dog
meat?
flute on Mount Buffalo, there is
Kidding.
pizza and drinks available. Please help yourself.
My lord.
I've just been
Okay.
to Reese's Pizza and just spunked a load of money on it, so go
Oh,
get yourself
nice,
some food.
thank you.
Okay, well,
You're welcome.
you know what? We're in recess for a little bit, so let's go do that right now.
I know.
And,
Wait, I think I did it. Perfect timing. Fuck you, Cyrus.
What'd you?
Alice is.
Um,
Hey, I mean, I
hello?
ran her today.
Okay.
She was asking me for my opinion on what needs to be
Thank
changed
you.
in the state. She said she's gonna
Come on,
do 'em.
Cyrus.
Holy
Don't ever
shit!
say
It
we
was,
don't look after our own.
it was fucking daylight when we went in. God damn.
Yeah, well, it's not now.
I know. I see this. All right. Anything you can think to lay on me on this one, Liam? Your insights and wisdom.
Go in order of preponderance. So he talked about the animal first. Talk about that first. Then talk about the tire tracks, right? Just to follow the, because you want to maintain like a thought process that's full.
Jimmy,
flow.
understand. Yeah.
Oh my
So
God,
go in
it's
order
bad.
of the preponderance.
What?
So,
Wait,
you
what?
know,
Where's that picture going?
Rangers
So-
were called out.
My inbox.
They approached the scene,
Yeah, it's for Serena's
went to
white
render
bike.
aid to an animal, found one that was downed with grievous injuries, not compatible with life, indicating that it had been hit at some speed.
Well, why do you think I made
During
the joke?
investigation,
What?
I just I don't
So
want,
you're
I don't want to take 400 years. I kind of just want to be like, you know.
yeah. So
Yeah.
real quick, right? Your hit list,
No one
right?
makes fun of me.
Is,
Cortez, there's pizza over there if you're hungry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for bothering you.
okay. So order of importance is he checked the deer. He saw that it had been struck. Saw it had been struck by blunt force, similar to that of a vehicle, right? Didn't notice the tire tracks. Didn't notice any deviation. He then received a confession after asking him to lean up on the front of the car for his own medical safety, right? Then land the point that, in regards
Okay,
to the defense,
all the food's gone.
Oh,
that's a fair.
is it? That's cool.
Right? Just in regards to the defense, right? You know, Avarice had no reason to believe this was a false confession, as he didn't even know that he had multiple false confessions on file until after he Miranda's him and after he gave a confession. You
It's
touch
the
on
new
that if you
Travis
want
Gray,
to.
baby.
And then you can just lay upon the intent of a man who has
Yeah.
been reported several times for false confessions.
You should come
Right.
in and, you know.
At this point, like, you know, you can try to
Yeah, it's
argue,
pretty
like,
bad. It's
you
like-
know, calling
Yeah,
wolf
we're
scenario,
almost at
right? Where
closing,
eventually it
so yeah.
happens and no one pays attention.
Yeah.
Except for a man who just arrived in town. Right? You can play that angle if you want. If you want to go for that angle,
I think I will. I think that's a good angle.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Start small, work big, cry wolf. Got it. All right.
Cry wolf.
All right. We got this. You know what? I'm feeling good.
I mean, especially because he mentioned like how many other cases haven't been tried. This man
Yeah.
just got back in town. Is this as for what it
Exactly.
is? You know, it's a man who's not has
Not
no prior
tainted
understanding
by-
of this man.
Yeah.
Right. No prejudice at all.
He's the perfect one because he's the impartial.
Yes. You definitely lay that on.
Did he get fired as a
Alright, I
dispatcher,
love it.
by the way?
Because he's useless at his job.
The middle ground is where he was like actually throwing something, but the thing is, like, you gotta throw it at the beginning or the end.
Sorry, could we be let back in there, please, if that's okay?
Yep. You come over here. I'll need to search you.
At least they let you search them. Jesus, everyone else just walks right in.
Yeah, would you like to search me too?
But you're both getting searched. Are you going in there now?
Not right now.
Then I'm not gonna worry about till you walk in there.
But we just want to make sure. You know, you can search me. It's okay.
I really wanted to, but I couldn't. There's no area.
Good job up there, Houdini.
Thanks. Sorry, I can't read minds. I'll
is it the
help you next
great
time.
Mephistopheles? What's your stage name?
Professor
started
X.
getting like super irrelevant.
Yeah, sorry.
Like,
Next time I'll
just
read his
stupid
mind to
questions.
know what his purpose was.
No, it's I mean, the fact that like you were doing an investigation, like I mean, for fuck's sake, I don't know what this guy. I wish Andrew Sharp had fucking hit me with the car.
I knew when he was trying to trip me up, and I was just like, yeah, not gonna happen, bud.
I mean, no, it worked on you.
He got you a couple times.
He did
Did
get
he?
you.
Yeah, he got you.
So apparently I have a request. You can search me. Go ahead.
Okay.
At some point,
everyone's yelling.
before the
but
end of this, can
here's the
you
thing,
ask
right?
Murdank, or can you say to Murdank, with all due respect, please ask better questions?
No.
No, we can't. That's literally gonna get us to lose our
So-
license.
Here's the lowdown.
Okay, listen, just
Respectfully, right?
actually,
Yeah.
no.
He did get you.
Cyrus
It
didn't
is
lose
your
his
job to
license.
know the intent of people if they do things. That's half the law. That is your
Schumann
job.
lost his license. You guys will be fine.
Right. You're supposed to have professional knowledge on the intent of an action. That is your job.
You know.
Right? Because when you
Okay.
go and you see someone do something, you believe that there's intent there, you're supposed to know
You
that.
all love jugulars. I've
That's all
started
you
my
messed up
idea
on.
in the jugular before.
Okay, fine.
Everything else was kind of a wash.
Looks like a garden hose.
Are we winning this? Do you think then?
I think I forgot everything after he mentioned that Andrew Sharp was a ranger.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
look,
can we just make a fucking point of clarification? He never fucking worked for the Rangers. He was a PD dispatcher.
It's still a coworker.
Yeah. My thing is this: is at the moment. I mean, look, if Melvin was here and could confirm his affidavit's answers by actually being here to answer questions on it, we probably have a little bit of a stronger leg at the moment. To be honest, I think, you know, depending on how closing goes and whether or not the judge actually agrees with half of what Murdank tried.
I think you got a good chance. Because here's the thing, right? He accepted that entire affidavit as evidence. He didn't even try to fucking deny it. And then he let the ranger here read from it for like 5 minutes for free. Okay, we're good.
It would.
Like honestly, and I mean, look, it could just be the fact that it's Murdank and he's throwing shade left, right, and center. I'm probably feeling like 60-40, but we'll see how we go. I think we got a strong close,
Well, you should let Murden go first because his is going to be 2 hours. The judge will forget yours.
Can't reserve
we can.
Right.
But you're 100%
Can
right.
we
Mine's
get a recording of yours and then replay it on TV at the end to read?
Just to recap what happened on last episode of Court San Andreas.
Oh my god.
On the last episode
Is this
of
Dragon Ball?
Ranger Court.
I think Dragon Ball Z where like one fight takes like 17 hours.
Right? The bridge version is much better. I see you're a
Yeah,
little
what was
bit
that
like
about?
invested.
Yeah.
Oh, you
yeah,
mean this
he
opening
discovered
statement?
a recording that is inadmissible in court. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, I think we might be. It's the dude in the white.
Is our break over?
That's the Tyler guy. Don't ask me to pronounce his name because I have no idea how to pronounce it.
Syringe.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier because I don't know how to pronounce it.
Searing.
Searing, thank you.
Oh, so that's what you do to them
So it's
stages.
like earring. So it's like earring, but searing.
Searing.
Searing. I can do
Searing?
that.
Is he the voice on phones?
Okay, Google.
No, I know Switch. I know.
Just kidding.
McNamara was here, but he just left.
I'm not gonna lie. I was contemplating getting food delivered because I foresee this going for another 2 hours.
Nah, where?
Thankfully, we're going straight into closing, which makes me very happy.
And then he goes and takes a break to deliberate, which, you know.
So what? Probably another 45 minutes.
Can I be honest with
God,
you?
no. The amount of case law that next to me in the docket is at least 30 minutes of reading on its own.
Yeah, there was like 10.
Yeah,
I'm gonna cry
at the end.
I'm just gonna sit here.
I'm gonna cry.
I'm gonna put this out here, okay?
Take it in, sir.
Yes, please.
Do you think that maybe he's sitting there and just taking a big old J right now just to just calm down?
He's probably playing fucking games on his phone.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I mean, probably. You're probably right.
He's sitting in his fucking chamber playing Wordle right now. Like,
what?
Yeah, considering I'm a paralegal and don't have a legal opinion, I'm agree with you on that. I think he's just playing phone games.
At least be what was it called? Shadow Raid or something like that? Raid Shadow.
Shut up! Stop! Shut up! No! Shut up! Stop! Do not.
With over
This
800
episode of
heroes.
Ranger Court is brought to you by Raid Shadow
I swear
Legends.
to God, I'm gonna leave.
Download link.
I will walk out of here.
I'm just kidding. I'm
not
sorry.
even joking.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I recant what I said.
Do any of you happen to be looking for a VPN solution to hide your online identity?
NordVPN offers
I'm gonna
60
vomit.
fin.
I'm gonna vomit.
That's our new paralegal, Liam.
Ask me each individual part of the fucking, was it animal cruelty?
I'm just
Okay,
gonna sit
I
there and
was gonna
say,
be okay.
you should have said yes to
I'm
crushing.
I'm a paralegal, and I don't have a verified legal opinion, so I can say this. If I was going to be a shit attorney, that's what I would do. If I was going to be a big shithead, that's what I would do.
If I didn't get conned by a raccoon into joining a campaign for governor, I probably would have got contempt by now. But I feel like that could be a bad image for a campaign.
Yeah, there's gonna be a pretty bad one there, but I'm just gonna. I'm
It's
just.
like he didn't read the part of the law that said it's
That's not expungible, is it?
burning, drowning, stuff. Like,
Oh shit! That's what I forgot. We should have redirected on. Did you crush the animal with a car?
Oh yeah, fucking. We should probably. Oh well.
You know,
It's fine. He already
We've
said
got
that's
that.
doing it.
He's got that anyway, but.
I genuinely regret when Andrew Sharp came up to the ranger station and made a false report against me that I didn't just send him to jail, or not against me, but he came and said that, like, you know, he'd committed a crime and all this. And as his, you know, I didn't fill out a formal report and I didn't put a note on his profile, but I literally made him clean the shitters north of the ranger station for like an hour.
That sounds like
Could
a
you imagine
fan.
if that came up in court? And what was the punishment for this? He had to clean the porta potties.
Now
Community
you can
service.
probably argue that's cool on you.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Stand.
Don't know where my bailiff went, but everyone feel free to take a seat. Welcome back. Are both sides prepared for closing arguments, closing statements?
The state is, Your Honor.
The defense is, Your Honor.
All right, prosecution, whenever you're ready, may begin.
And thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the court, today we have heard what can only be described as a monumental amount of evidence in regards to the events of the 7th of April on Zancudo Trail. In terms of our case today, we have had Senior Ranger Everest, with his expert opinion, advised that he responded to a 911 call. There, seeing a man who appeared to be intoxicated, asked him to wait by a vehicle for safety to ensure that nothing occurred that could injure or incapacitate this individual as per his duty of care. Senior Ranger Everest, who is an expert in animal care as well as law enforcement, then proceeded to evaluate the unfortunate deer who is our victim today. And during his examination concluded that the animal was unfortunately deceased. Reasons being that, in his opinion, resulting from a blunt force trauma consistent with being struck by a vehicle. In performing his due diligence, Senior Ranger Avarice then proceeded to evaluate the area, identified the car, proceeded to note tire tracks, noted that they did not deviate course, that they did not lose traction, that there appeared to be no correction, no movement, no avoidance by this vehicle in regards to striking the deer. Then we turn to the driver, our defendant, Mr. Sharp, who Ranger Avarice, by his own admission and testimony, has never met before. In fact, by his own admission and testimony, Ranger Avarice had only just returned from a period of time overseas. This was his first duty back. So, not knowing any details of Mr. Sharp's history, his employment records, anything else that may have been made in terms of false reports to the Rangers that could have predisposed him to any kind of inference or judgment, he approached and received what he believed to be a genuine statement of fact from an individual, not knowing a history of false confessions, not knowing that in prior times false reports had been listed by Mr. Sharp. He proceeded to follow all his procedures, complete his investigation, including roadside sobriety tests. He called for backup. His partner, under Mirandization and caution, doing their job as investigators, asking interrogatory questions of the defendant, received not one, but at least two confessions that did not deviate from one that had been spontaneously offered. We now have a situation where two Rangers, one of whom was the initial officer on scene, has now had not one, not two, but three confessions. Again, he does not know whether there is any false intent or false confessions. He's taking this at face value. They follow procedure when he calls for a lawyer. It is only once a lawyer has been obtained that Mr. Sharp's story changes. However, the evidence is clear. Mr. Sharp's vehicle that he was driving, that was registered to him, did not slow down. It did not make reasonable avoidance. It collided with the deer at full force. Ranger Avarice received a statement confirming this. Your Honor, we do also have to take into account his history of false confessions, as the defendant has pointed out. However, I would counter with this. With the evidence in front of us, we have the perfect scenario of the boy who cried wolf. We must not repeat the mistakes of the people in the fable. We have an outsider in terms of Ranger Avarice collecting evidence, doing his investigation, his due diligence, confirming that a vehicle operated by the defendant did not waver, did not hesitate, and egregiously crushed an animal with admitted intent. Now, we townspeople may have heard Mr. Sharp cry wolf before. He's recanted. He's cried again. He's recanted. He's cried again. But Ranger Avarice is the one that's warning us. And if we do not take into account Ranger Avarice and Ranger Fox's impeccable investigation and commitment to protecting our wildlife, we may let someone off just because of a history of crying wolf. We owe it more to the state. We owe it more to the wildlife that cannot defend themselves. We have proven intent. The animal was egregiously crushed by a man who has admitted 3 times that he intended to hit it. It has died as a result of those actions. The charge is sufficient. It is the state's opinion that Mr. Sharp must be found guilty. Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense, whenever you're ready.
Good show, Cortez. Get ready for him to just talk for hours.
I'm ready.
Your Honor, counsel, may it please the court. You've heard the evidence presented by the prosecution, and the defense now asks you to find it wanting. The prosecution, as noted throughout the case, is required to prove each and every element of the charge of animal cruelty beyond a reasonable doubt. This means that there must be no plausible alternative explanation for the events that occurred, and that your mind must be clear and free from doubt that Mr. Sharp is guilty of each element. There must be no reasonable doubt in your mind that Mr. Sharp acted intentionally, and there must be no reasonable doubt in your mind that Mr. Sharp inflicted egregious harm to the animal. In fact, you must be even more certain than just those 2 elements evaluated alone. You must be certain beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged egregious harm came to the animal because Mr. Sharp intended that outcome. You must not have any reasonable doubts as a result of actual evidence presented by the prosecution. That is, if you choose to convict Mr. Sharp, it must be because the prosecution has presented evidence that dispels any plausible alternative explanation, not because the prosecution has made any particular argument. If the case presented by the prosecution has left you with any concerns about a piece of the puzzle that is missing, or whether any of the pieces of evidence fail to fully explain that Mr. Sharp is guilty of the charge alleged, you must find him not guilty. As you well know, a not guilty verdict is not a determination of innocence. It merely means that the prosecution has not proven, as they are required to, that a man should be criminally charged and permanently afflicted with the consequences the charge carries. Respectfully, the prosecution has failed to meet its burden. The Rangers had the opportunity to collect evidence of Mr. Sharp's alleged criminal acts. The prosecution had the opportunity to present it. Nevertheless, the prosecution has neither submitted to the record nor presented in court reliable and independent evidence that demonstrates that Mr. Sharp intentionally harmed the animal at issue. Instead, you have heard that Mr. Sharp called 911 to report an accident. You have heard that he was concerned for the animal's safety and well-being, and you have heard that he recanted a false confession. You have heard that Mr. Sharp has an unfortunate habit of making false confessions, and you've heard that the Rangers found Mr. Sharp in a vulnerable moment, having made the 911 call himself, and decided to pursue criminal charges against him, knowing that he had recanted his false confession and that he was and is uncertain about whether or not he intentionally hit the animal. The defense questions whether Mr. Sharp's confession was voluntary, and so the prosecution must have proved that it was voluntary by a preponderance of the evidence, more than 50-50, in order for that recanted confession to even be considered as evidence. The defense argues that Mr. Sharp may have believed that he was being detained, and that even absent any police misconduct, the confession may have been involuntary based on the fact that he was in shock at the time he gave it. If you believe the prosecution has failed to prove that there is no plausible alternative explanation for whether Mr. Sharp intentionally hit the animal, you must find him not guilty. The prosecution has also failed to prove with evidence that Mr. Sharp egregiously harmed the animal. The prosecution has not defined the term egregious harm, and while the Penal Code does provide examples of animal cruelty, the prosecution has failed to allege in its indictment how exactly Mr. Sharp inflicted egregious harm. It has failed to demonstrate that any harm inflicted was actually egregious, and has failed to provide evidence that the accident at issue in this case is any more egregious than the regular everyday occurrence of Los Santos residents regrettably committing hit-and-run offenses, whether intentional or unintentional, against the wildlife of our fair state. While the prosecution has asserted that the tire tracks on the scene are evidence of Mr. Sharp's intent, the prosecution cannot prove that a failure to slow is evidence of intent, as it is at least equally possible that Mr. Sharp did not see the animal or that he accidentally hit it with his vehicle for other reasons.
Forgot to mention
For the offense to be egregious, it must be so obviously inconsistent with what is right or proper as to appear to be a flouting of law or morality. The prosecution has not proved and cannot prove that Mr. Sharp's accidental collision with the animal and attempts to save it were any more egregious than what are surely many annual occurrences of roadkill that are never charged or prosecuted. If you believe the prosecution has failed to demonstrate that the alleged harm is egregious, you must find Mr. Sharp not guilty. The prosecution has failed to meet both of its burdens on the individual elements, so it has surely failed to meet its burden of proving them in concert. You've heard testimony that Mr. Sharp allegedly intended to go hunting on the day of the incident, and that he had neither a hunting license nor a licensed weapon in his possession.
I can't
There are
hear
any
over him,
number of
sorry.
possible alternative outcomes as to whether or not Mr. Sharp may have ultimately gone hunting. Mr. Sharp may have arrived at the location where he intended to hunt. He may have noticed he was missing his tools and licensure, and he may have gone to retrieve them or called the Rangers for assistance, or any number of alternatives that are both plausible and possible. After all, regular citizens among us forget their workmen's tools on a daily basis. I've been known to forget my own pickaxe and washing pan when going mining, only to drive all the way back to Maze Bank Tower, retrieve them, and make my way back up to the quarry. The fact that Mr. Sharp had not yet done that is not evidence that he could not have, and reasonable doubt exists as to whether or not Mr. Sharp intended to inflict egregious harm upon the animal in question. Again, the justice system prefers that many guilty people go free rather than any innocent person lose their liberty. The prosecution has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Sharp is guilty of intentionally inflicting egregious harm upon an animal because they have failed to provide reliable and independent evidence, and because they have failed to prove that there is no plausible alternative explanation for each of the elements of the charge at issue. Because the prosecution has failed to meet its burden, Mr. Sharp is entitled to a not guilty verdict as a matter of law. Thank you, Your Honor.
That was one of the questions I forgot was what was the daytime and any weather or anything like that when it happened.
It's nighttime.
All right, this court will now enter deliberations for the next 20 minutes. We will reconvene at 12:29 a.m. EST.
Only 12.
Jesus Christ.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Hey, Joanna.
Well, you did all
I
you
have a
could.
question for you. If I hit you with a
sorry.
car, is that egregious?
I would agree. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I'd like to think that someone or a living thing losing its life
What
is
is he
about the
doing?
most egregious.
I like that he went through.
Is he meditating on the desk?
Yes,
Yeah, I
yes,
guess
he
so.
is.
Yeah.
Oh.
I like that he went through the whole list of what egregious was, but it's like not limited to. So he felt to go through every single one.
I'm gonna hit Bradley with my car and argue it's not egregious.
It's not egregious, and he's an animal, so.
Oh.
Truth. I mean, what?
I didn't know this was like dictionary court where we had to define words.
You know.
Okay, so yeah, just I'm here with you guys. Every single time he goes to court, you're just gonna hear the fact that you failed to do your job well, and you didn't prove anything, and that's gonna be his defense every single time.
You know, the thing is,
so
my phone, I literally have him as Dank Devil, and so all I'm imagining is him in like a really weird rip-off Daredevil costume, going, "You have failed this city."
Oh, I got something to say actually. Snyder probably appreciated him saying about the failed thing, considering that one case.
Yeah.
I think he did his research, and that's why he chose that wording.
Yeah, Snyder was like, "You failed, Miss Poole."
That's. I felt like I heard that somewhere before.
Yeah, I thought I heard that too.
Wait, what?
Do you like our little? We thought we'd go with the old traditional cried wolf.
Yeah. I was like, is he trying to argue that just that by saying that you've done a crime a lot, and falsely admitting to doing crime, and then when you actually commit that crime,
you should get off.
It doesn't count.
Yes.
Yeah.
To show a history of lying about committing crime and do it and lie about it. Well, obviously the pattern shows.
It's your pattern. You're unstable. You better go.
Is misuse of marijuana a crime?
I believe so, yes.
Has he been charged with that yet?
Not yet.
It does say on his MDT too. It's false reporting. So it says on his MDT if he false reports another animal incident to charge him with false reporting. So.
Oh, maybe we should have asked for, if you feel I'm guilty of animal cruelty, can you find him guilty of misuse of 911?
It's false reporting. It's not misuse of 911. It's the same thing, though.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. You guys put up a good fight. I'll be happy either way. It'd be cool if the judge was like,
I'm gonna be really disappointed if the guy who confessed 3 times and twice under Miranda isn't arrested for the crimes he admitted he did. At that point, what the fuck is the point of Miranda? We should not ask it at all.
What's the point of like spontaneous utterances? You know.
Oh, but don't forget, Rangers aren't trained on spontaneous utterance. They can't possibly have an opinion on that.
That is what he said. Yes.
Well, the ranger's an expert witness, but let's also undermine the fact that the ranger's an expert witness. Like,
okay, so that's what he's okay.
He's an expert witness, but he doesn't know how to read minds. Like
to
what?
explain that strategy.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
how
to
do you?
explain that strategy, he was just trying to bait the prosecution into objecting and eroding his status as a professional witness. Never do that. If he asks a professional question to him, and he doesn't know, let him answer that he doesn't know. Because if you object and try to do speculation, you're eroding his professional witness status, right? You're basically saying, hey, he's not qualified to answer that, even though he's professional. I don't think he's a professional. He's not qualified to answer that. He'll never be able to answer it again in court, realistically. Probably not here, but if it happens enough, probably.
I don't know.
Right? Like if you keep asking that same question over and over again across several different court cases and set a precedent that cops don't have the professional ability to answer on certain questions, then that's the truth in court.
Fair,
yeah, Hector.
Ernest Flanagan. Today I learned that the Rangers employed Andrew Sharp. Today I educate that this is not a true statement. Imagine being a lawyer with incorrect facts.
Did you read what Oliver said?
No, where's that? At Matt Murday just established in court that park rangers cannot read minds. Valuable shit right there. Oh, fuck.
He said some more shit. You just keep scrolling.
Oh my god, Rai-Rai's campaign posters fucking kill me. Like the most recent one, parental advisory, explicit
I wasn't
content.
aware that Schumann was re-embodied as Murdank for this court case. Anyone down to deliver food to the courthouse? It's gonna be a long one.
Lexi, I think it was, tweeted, oh god, I'm blanking. Oh my god. Just look at Lexi's tweet. I think it was Lexi. Lexi Fields, yeah.
Lexi Fields. Where is she?
Oh, she said Travis Ray 2.0.
Oh, you guys don't know Travis Ray, but he was something special. He was like the city's only defense lawyer for a while, and then he was like the worst one. Like people would like, please don't call Travis Ray.
Well, it's out of our hands now, and hopefully Judge Snyder sees on the, God, could you imagine if PETA came to town and heard that he found for a guy that regularly reports killing animals? They're like, oh my god. Won't somebody think of the PETA?
Can we just pay someone to make a slandering ad that...
And the
Judge
San
Snyder
Andreas
doesn't care about
Awards.
animals?
The San Andreas Awards Society would like to reward Matt Murdank with the longest opening statement award.
That wasn't even that
That was
long.
that
I could definitely
Oliver.
go longer.
Yeah, it's not the longest case I've ever been to, honestly. I went to one that was like 5 hours, and that was a Schumann. It's just
You know what,
like
I've
you
never
guys only
heard
had one
someone-
witness.
I was gonna
I've
say, the
never
fact that
heard
this is a
someone... Okay, I've never
2-hour
heard someone
case.
ask if they've
Oh,
gone
gosh.
mining before. On a stand.
Yeah.
I've never heard that
Hello.
before. Hello.
Hello.
How you guys
What's
doing?
up?
Good. How about you?
Oh, we're good.
Good. Just checking on you guys, see what's up.
I'm sorry, what's your name, deputy?
It's Barker. I was here the other day
Barker.
helping with bailiff.
Oh,
That's
okay,
pretty
okay.
cool.
I
Yeah.
can't remember if I spoke with you before, but I'm Joanna Pullman, the state attorney, and then this is a good majority of my team. And then over there we got Nigel and Miles.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
Joanna.
the other ones are somewhere
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, sorry if I interrupted you guys. Just
Well,
want to
you're
see what's up.
Gucci.
Oh no, you're fine.
Yeah, I used to be a state prosecutor, so you know, guys are kind of
Oh,
like
okay.
a little family.
Well, if you ever want a job, you know.
No, never, never, ever again. No.
What if I? Okay,
2 months
hear me
was
out.
long enough.
What if I fight Lana on the roof of Vinewood PD? What do you think?
Through the
And then I
eyes.
won.
Yes, you have to
Yeah,
do it
it's still
today.
no.
Would you come over?
Yeah, still
come
no.
on.
Listen.
I gotta give it some time.
What's this Lana
The only
look
reason I ever became a state prosecutor is because of Cole Gordon. Like, me and Cole Gordon have known, we knew each other for several years. And he was like, come be a prosecutor. And I was like, since I can't become PD right now, I will. And then when PD apps open, I was like, okay, I'm gone.
Whoever is talking, I can hear you.
Isn't that the idea? I'm just kidding, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, we interrupted your meditation there, sir.
Just don't.
At least he got
do
off the
not
desk.
engage. Do not engage with that man.
I'm not.
He will not stop talking. Do not engage.
How bad is it, guys?
He will not stop talking. Do not engage.
Since I love Blood Night bouts, heard some stories already.
Did you know that the Rangers are not mind readers?
Yeah, no, what people were saying that the court case here was, you know, the defense was, you know, it was just too long. I guess.
I will not comment on the defense's length, nor girth, nor width of the testimony. I will only comment on the fact that we were here for a long time.
God.
We were here for a long time for something that probably could have only taken 20 minutes, except for the fact that some stroking of their own ego needed to occur first.
We had to make sure that the park rangers can't read minds.
We also had to make sure that he didn't go mining on the day in question, nor did he woodcut on the day in question.
What about reading minds?
If we lose, can we pretend like we're happy with it?
So the park rangers can read minds? Wait, if we lose, if
no,
it's not guilty, can we
Is that
actually?
why people were asking me if I was a psych?
No. What happened was,
They did ask him that too.
I cannot clearly state this enough. What happened was, that man over there in that suit, during court, asked the park ranger if he could confirm for the court if he could or could not read minds.
Yeah, that's one for the books.
Yeah, that did happen.
That happened. That's not a joke. I should not.
But
that
don't
man
forget,
literally asked someone if they could read minds or not in a court.
Don't forget, his expectation is also that they have a degree in psychology, sociology, practical, again, psychometry.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you guys get back to it. Yeah. You guys have fun?
Yep.
Yeah,
thank you for coming over.
The guy pulled me over the other day.
Go.
I'm not even joking.
What'd you do?
Why?
He pulled me over because his radar clocked me going 100 when I had my limiter set to 70.
What? I heard someone that had that happen because a car went past them at like 100, and the officer caught the car that went past, and by the time they looked up, they saw the other person's car that was going the speed limit.
Yeah.
Okay, but did you ask him how recently he had calibrated his radar?
That's what he said. He said, "Oh, my mistake. It was a vehicle behind me that I clocked."
Yeah.
Because I was approaching him.
Yeah. I reckon.
That's fine. I was really polite.
Did you actually re-know that case, or is he just finding the best way to tell us that no, you didn't win? I can't honestly believe that he's gonna read all of that case law.
I would hope not. I looked through some of it, and some of it doesn't have anything to do with what's going on.
I know.
One of it was about cocaine that was found in someone's house.
Okay, that one does apply. You just need to read it.
Where?
Which case is it?
I don't. Hold on a second. Let me get my Rolodex.
Did you just say your number one Windex?
No, I said hold on a second. Let me get my Rolodex.
Oh, wait. Do you
Rolodex?
You have a Rolodex,
That's
and you know what
back
it is?
in the day, like Rolodexes at the library had like all those books on it, right?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had the cards. I
thought you meant Rolex.
No.
Yeah, all right,
I thought you were calling it the wrong thing.
You know what? I used to have a Rolodex with all my friends' phone numbers on there, and you used to just go to their letter and there you go, right there, baby, right there, bad boy.
God, it must have been fun driving cars with leaded gas and going to rollerblade
So you
parties.
gave people your business card.
God,
I was
what does
now
leaded
kinda...
gas smell like? Tell me.
It smells like hopes and dreams and unicorns.
Sorry, that's a little
It smells
aggressive.
so
But I think
good.
it's funny.
I love gas.
Do
so
not
much.
actually. Do not say that in a courtroom.
What?
Do not say you love to huff gas in the
Too
courtroom.
good. It's been a while. I think last time
That's what you implied.
I remember we were patrolling Vinewood.
No.
It was the last time I saw you.
Okay, it was United States v. Disla something. Summary for it was holding Disla, Delta India Sierra Lima Alpha. Holding that incriminating nature of cane and plastic bags was readily apparent was the summary for it.
Yep.
Okay, so
was,
United States
being a
versus
police
Disla.
officer.
That's how it's pronounced, Disla, right?
Yeah, I'm not very
Basically-
good with words.
That's fine. Okay, basically what that means is
That's
the client reserves the right to argue that he knew he was going to be questioned based on incriminating evidence being found at the scene before he was Mirandized, therefore invalidating any question prior to Miranda.
Oh, gotcha.
Were you here
Okay.
for the whole case?
You understand that case law now?
Yes, thank you. This is why you're here.
You think so?
You know, all we're missing right now is crystalline. How do you crystalline?
Yeah, that's fair.
Crystalline, yeah.
Who?
She's the other paralegal.
We did the best.
Well, there's 3, so.
Yeah,
One of the others.
Just don't ever talk to her about prostitution.
Why?
Just trust me.
She doesn't understand it.
What do you
bless
mean?
her little heart.
What isn't?
What's
She's
prostitution?
very innocent.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Prostitution is where you pay
I've been
people
talking with
for
several,
sex.
officers on
Oh, okay.
various things like the reports. It's
Yeah.
been a ride.
She's a paralegal. She doesn't understand what prostitution means. Is that what you're saying to me?
Yeah, she's a paralegal who does not quite know what. Yeah, you're
Why?
picking up what we're putting down.
Yeah, but why?
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
I don't know
they didn't.
why. I didn't ask
I
why.
think it was probably that last
Wasn't my job to
breathalyzer,
ask
but,
why.
I mean, based off of the other
Yeah,
two
okay, but
tests,
why?
they could have.
Because she grew
What?
up.
Why? What?
She grew up in an orphanage,
Her rocks close
like a
enough to
Catholic
point it.
orphanage in the South. So
Really, sir?
That doesn't. Okay.
How would they not hear about something like that? Like, okay.
I don't think
You're
that,
saying she was raised in a Catholic orphanage?
Isn't that in the Bible?
I don't
Then
know.
she definitely knows what prostitution is because it's read in the Bible.
Yeah.
They might not want to tell young ladies, you know, about the devil's hallway betwixt their legs. I don't know.
Okay, I'm Southern. I've been to my fair
Put your
share
hands
of
down.
Catholic and Baptist and Presbyterian
Probably.
sermons.
If I had to take a
They
guess.
talk about everything.
Hey, it's Lane.
The
Yeah,
Bible
I'm
is
sure
not a
we'll,
not a
Hi,
nice book
Lane.
to read.
No,
There you go.
How's your
Bradley,
day?
put your hands up.
I haven't read it. I'm just gonna be honest with you, but it's.
You're welcome. Yeah,
Okay,
pizza
well, there's a
party.
story of a man
Probably.
who was
He wants
he
pizza
got
too.
made he got
Get
made
over
fun
here,
of because
Yeah,
he
there you
was
go.
bald, and so
Yeah.
God turned the kids who
not
made
bad.
fun of him that he was
Hey,
bald
Joe.
into piles of salt.
Oh,
God.
Hold on, I'm gonna give to Kat.
That
and then
mean,
I'll
that's-
take it, okay?
That
No,
same
you
man
welcome.
later had his wife killed
Oh
and
my
slept
God.
with his
Go.
own
All
daughters.
right, Kat.
Okay, that part is
Wait,
wrong.
was
But the
that
first
the,
part is probably they probably were.
Story
You
of
know,
Yoshi.
Is that the?
worry, I
Are you
texted
talking
just
about?
dispel the illusion.
What's its face? Not no, it's not Babel.
No,
No,
I said
it's
everybody.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Rocket, you're next. I promise.
No, straighten up, Joe.
1 second.
Which one were you talking about?
There you go, Kat. Oh wait, I just tried to give you a key to my car.
I'm pretty sure it's Job, right?
Book of
hands down,
Job,
let's say I'm robbing
maybe.
you.
I don't
What
know.
the thing you're just talking about?
Put your hand.
Yeah, right.
I think it's I
Hey,
think it's
guys.
Lent, but I'm not sure.
Taking
Yeah.
over as bailiff, so
You're taking over.
Hello.
He's about nice.
yeah, the other bailiff was like, I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No, dang.
No, you're right. That's Lot.
Yeah, no,
No.
that's Job's the whale, isn't it? Wasn't Job the one that was out on out fishing boat and got swallowed by the whale?
Yeah,
Oh, them
yeah.
hands
Lot's
up,
the one
girl.
who slept with his 2 daughters.
Yeah,
Not
that's
a
right.
Pepsi, but I have
yeah.
smoothies. Did you want a drink too?
And then you
The
had the
one
town.
who got made fun of for being bald and turned children into pillars of salt.
Yeah,
I'm
and
about to
Sodom,
overload you
that's
with
right.
pizza, I'm
Sodom and
sorry.
Gomorrah was Sodom was a place of wretched hive of scum and villainy, and Gomorrah was
Yes.
good.
The other
And
size.
if you were warned to leave Sodom because it would be destroyed by pillars of hellfire raining from
I
the
don't
sky.
have any more smoothies there. You have
And
that for
if I remember right, the wife
There you
looked
are.
back and turned into the pillar of salt.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Just a baby ranger. I'm not supposed to know this stuff.
Just a
I
baby.
think, isn't that Lot's wife? Isn't that Lot's?
I think it was Lot's wife, yeah.
Yeah, it's Lot's wife. And then he's
Yeah.
up with this. Oh, that's the
And
story.
then he ended up having the two, yeah.
Do you want some pizza too?
And then there's always the the story of the Good Samaritan.
I need
And
Lane to move because Lane thinks it's something personal. But
That book is crazy.
that,
Going this way?
yeah.
Okay, I'm supposed
Bible
to. I'm
is
supposed to go to a
wild.
corner. I'm sorry. It's
You know what I find is hilarious is it goes, creation, life, God sits there and is like, worship me or else, and then somewhere in the middle, this new guy comes along and is like, hey yo, love one another and you'll be all cool with
Yo,
my
we're
dad
cool,
and
bro.
shit.
God,
And-
yo, he knows not what he does. We're cool, bro.
But it's not just one guy's story of it. It's
Oh
like
my
4
God.
bros got together comparing notes about their homie who,
It's not. It's more than 4 rows. It's like a frat party.
Oh,
Sat
yeah.
down and wrote a tale.
Oh yeah.
Of this cool guy who came down. He died, but then he didn't really die, and he forget some shit.
See,
And
I've
that's
always
the story.
wondered, and I'm not trying to raise offense with anybody that might be of a religious nature, but I've
No,
always
I'm not.
wondered if the Last Supper was just a raging kegger that he blanked out for 3 days. They thought he was dead because of the alcohol, but he actually was just like, really unconscious, and then he woke up and walked out, and he's like, oh shit, bruh.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense,
Matt,
man.
do you need any
Considering
food?
water into wine,
Do you want some
does
pizza?
make sense.
Oh my god, she is so
Are you
nice.
sure I have extra pizza? Put your hands up. I'll throw pizza in your
Oh my
plate.
God, Serena.
You need some. Okay, put your hands up.
Maybe she put rat poison on.
Pass them on to Andrew in case he needs any.
You might want to.
It seems like the state side of the galley has gotten a lot more fuller since we started.
Okay, there you go. You should be good.
I don't know. I feel like people kind of sit wherever sometimes. Like,
Yeah, no one sticks to size, but you can see all the cops in the back sitting up there like
Yeah.
they're cool and shit. God, they're so cool.
All right, so we're
God,
what?
they're so cool.
We're coming up on the 20 minutes right now, right?
Can I ask a question? Why do we get searched with officers?
it's been over.
Because officers have the duty of care for the general public that they're allowed to carry
I tried
wherever.
and then I realized it took a reading power to do it, and I couldn't do it.
But we're not allowed to carry?
No, we
Wherever?
under the SABA guidelines, we are not allowed to carry firearms on government property.
Who wrote these SABA guidelines, and who doesn't realize we're gonna get shot regardless of where we're at?
I don't have a gun. I don't believe in guns.
You don't believe in guns.
No, I believe.
Listen, every once in a while you gotta pop. You
Then
gotta pop a
live,
cap.
You live in Los Santos.
Look, oh, here we go.
Okay, hold on.
All rise. Court is back in session.
You may all be seated, thank you. Give me 2 seconds here. All right, will the defendant please rise? All right, in the Circuit Court of Los Santos County, State of San Andreas, case number 2022CM078, State of San Andreas versus Andrew Sharp. Count 1, animal cruelty. Defined as unlawfully and intentionally inflicting egregious forms of harm towards any domestic or wild animal. This includes, but not limited to, maliciously crushing, burning, drowning, suffocating, impaling, torturing, maiming, and or mutilating an animal. This court finds the defendant guilty. Dated this 23rd day of April 2022, authorized and signed by the Honorable Judge Snyder. This court asserts, through evidence and testimony provided, that rangers on scene heard Mr. Sharp say directly
Good job,
that he
boy.
purposefully sped up his vehicle in an attempt to hit the animal. This admission shows intentionality and thus supports that Mr. Sharp committed animal cruelty, doing an egregious form of harm to an animal with his vehicle. Now,
we
as
won.
we've gotten that out of the way, let's move into sentencing. Does the state have any specific sentencing recommendations for the defendant?
Not at this time, Your Honor. We leave that to your discretion.
All right. As the defendant was held in Bolingbrook since the 12th of April 2022 due to violating the conditions of his bail, the defendant, Andrew Sharp, is to be given time served and to be released immediately. As far as fines are concerned, Mr. Sharp is to pay the maximum fine associated with the charge found guilty of $1,000, which will be collected immediately by the bailiff after court is adjourned. With that now said, court is now adjourned. Everyone is now free to leave. I appreciate everyone's patience with this matter.
I had faith in you the whole time. Just
Good
saying.
Good job,
Cortez.
Cortez.
Gotta have more faith, bro.
Good job.
All right.
Hey, listen.
Good job, boys.
Good job.
You
You.
made some good points.
I have a question.
Just the one.
Yeah.
So I took $2,000 of bail money from him.
He
Do I need to
violated
give that
bail.
back?
He does not get that back.
Oh, so that's
Charges
right.
were
But where
unlawful.
do I send that? Because that's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
me.
Yeah, that actually needs to go to the bailiff. If he gave it to you direct as a one-to-one, it needs to be charged to the PD account, which the bailiff over there will be able to do for you.
Okay.
That actually probably should have been taken care of like the next day.
Look, just
It's okay, we need to-
wait for Murdank to leave the room and then do it, so he can't complain about it.
Alrighty, well.
That's not legal advice. I'm not an attorney.
Thank you, Jazz.
Oh, I don't need legal advice for that. That's just, I'm incensed.
Well, good job, boys. I'm very proud. You did a great job.
I'm so sweaty.
No,
I
it was
need to go take a shower.
definitely a team effort. Thank you to Liam. Thank you, Jericho, being there. And
I was saying Liam did an amazing job.
I didn't say
it right.
Way to be
You
humble.
did.
Hey,
I
we
thought
won.
You said you did amazing.
Have you guys ever played?
No,
Sea
I
of
didn't say
Thieves?
anything. They did all the work.
No, I was talking about Jericho.
Yeah, okay, so basically, like how I saw it was like Hector is at the helm, right? He's the helmsman. He's the one steering. And then Liam is like at the front of the ship.
Thanks, Jazz. Go to bed, man.
He has this like hand to his head, like surveying the waters ahead.
You mean the navigator?
Yeah, sure. We if you want to use like a fancy word, yeah. But basically, I just imagine
You're
him
an
at the.
Stop.
Want to use a fancy word?
I'm using
fancy
layman
words.
terms here. Not everyone speaks English.
I think everyone here speaks English.
No habla inglés. Lo siento.
I speak in Sims. Beepity boopity.
Yeah.
All right. God, I kind of want to get out of here before he wants to shake my hand,
Same.
but because
I'm not worried about Thailand, it's like,
yeah,
whatever.
I got. I've actually got to go do some stuff, but
Oh, that's fine.
You do.
I have
you
to
guys,
as well.
You guys can absolutely get fucked up on my behalf, all right?
We'll pour one out for the boys.
Pour one out
I
for the
don't
homies
drink,
that can't be
but
there.
I'll drink a lot of water for you.
There you go.
Well, I appreciate you, Ranger Evers. Thank you
Did
so
you
much.
read my
Thank you guys. You guys did a fantastic
contestment?
job.
Contestment?
Well, we'll get on out of here.
Yep, you too.
You're off duty,
Take
son.
care, Rangerinos.
Later, Cortez.
Sorry, coming through.
Mr. Cortez.
Howdy.
Well done in there.
It was an interesting one. Mr. Murdank is a persistent litigator.
He asked about 20 questions too many, in my opinion. But either way, you stuck in there, and I can tell you're going to be a formidable opponent.
Well, on a, I always like to say on a professional level, if that's how people see me, I'm grateful. On a personal level, there's never any hard feelings. Unfortunately, I do have to jet out, but yeah, hopefully.
You're good. Tell you what, let me toss you my info real quick.
Yeah,
So
I was
got
gonna say
it,
I
or
don't
just
think
so
I
you got
actually
it.
have yours. There we go. You can have mine there as well.
The same.
No hard feelings on the police shit, by the way. None
Oh
at all.
no, it's just it's one of those things that obviously it's if we can come to it, it's fantastic. If not, well, hey, I mean that's what we've got the judiciary for, right?
You don't
So.
have to justify it to me. I understand. You're good.
Alrighty, I just sent
I trust you
mine as well,
implicitly.
man.
Thank you. I'm Kat, the
Alright,
other
well, it's
PDO
a
attorney.
pleasure to meet you, Kat.
Pleasure.
She's number 2.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I'm second chair on that case we're gonna fight you on.
Oh, well, I look forward to it. We'll see how we go. But I think we went up for scheduling today. Once I get home, I'll put some times up there, and we shall meet you on the field of battle.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, y'all take care now.
I need to do that myself. Yeah, you take care.
Yeah. Did you say what I think you did?
Catch y'all later, gentlemen. Have a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to quickly switch over to our No, look, it's okay. It's okay. I've only had like maybe 2 hours worth of sleep over the past like 24. I went to go have a nap before the case. Unfortunately, I ended up choking and almost dying. So but we won. Yeah, no, it was not my intention. Let's go adjust the title there. Hopefully that'll take place. Yeah, straight up felony count. This guy has apparently bugged rangers a lot with false reports. So hey, we managed to get it. Get after it. Booyah. So, ladies and gentlemen, some people asked who Percy was. That Deathy was talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, Percy. His real name, Jonathan Parrish. Criminal name, Percy the Penguin. Unfortunately, Andrew Sharp. That was the guy who was on trial. We actually secured the guilty verdict against him. He is guilty for 1 count of animal cruelty. And there's Charlie Danny getting a response to our message.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Okay, how are you?
You know, different day. You're right after that thing with Alistair. Is he doing okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay. All right. Cool.
He's alright.
All right. Cool.
What
So
are you
hey,
doing
got a I'm in a very interesting personal quagmire, and
okay, what you got?
well, if I could tell you.
Golly, Joe, be professional. Flipping me off in front of a courthouse.
You remember back in the day? How we were told there was like a group that were trying to set up a secret little thing for people running the city?
Yeah.
Yeah, what if I could tell you I know exactly who it is and where they meet?
That would be interesting.
I could also tell you that there is a particular state rep that was out on bail that breached a state violation yesterday.
Okay.
And, yeah. Hence the.
Are you still wanting to come back to MCD?
That's part of the personal quagmire.
Okay.
Part of me.
I have a meeting with Sally and Soraya tomorrow.
Okay.
If you want to talk to us together as a collective,
yeah.
Swing by tomorrow. I'll let you know when we'll be around Vinewood PD and free. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a big part of me that still sits there and looks at shit and goes, "Can I fix this?" Dude, I still look to run towards sirens and gunfire and try and help people out, but
yeah.
Part of me is like, how close is Fenrir to shutting down? Which is also part. Yeah, I kind of need to give you a lot more details in person. I can't really do it over the phone, so might be best even just with the other shit that I'm dealing with me and knowing who these people are, talking to you guys and giving you an in. Let's put it that way, because I don't think this is a one-off thing.
I got you.
And we'll just lay all the cards out on the table and shit, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, we got a few meetings tomorrow, but I would say maybe swing by tomorrow and talk to us, and maybe me and you can have a sit down tomorrow evening at some point, depending on what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to email me a decent time, otherwise, I've generally been kind of waking up after 8, so you can, always just ping me.
Shoot me one tomorrow, remind me, and I'll see about the time.
All right, cool.
All
right, my dude. I'll catch you later. Bye.
Yep, me too. Bye.
I think I am about to propose, quite honestly, the. Hey, Josh.
Yo, what's up?
Not much, my dude. Just getting ready to go out on the bike and cruise for a bit and just, get out and do things.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. If I wasn't about to go to bed.
Go to bed? No, I get you.
Yeah, I'd offer to hang out.
No, oh, good.
I
You
was
already...
looking for you, man. You were around earlier, and then
Yeah,
you took a nap.
I had to go pass the fuck out, brother. It was just... Sleep has been eluding me a lot lately.
It's all good, buddy. No worries. Hey, I need a favor from you, if you don't mind.
Sure, what up?
Tomorrow morning, I am leaving and I'm flying back to Michigan to visit my parents for 2 weeks.
Okay.
And, I have somebody that's going to be able to watch my dogs for 13 out of those 14 days I'm gone.
Alrighty.
This person will not be able to watch my dogs for the last day before I get back.
Okay. All right.
Would you be able to feed them and take them on walks and stuff for?
Yeah.
Like, cool.
Yeah,
Sweet.
not a problem.
Oh yeah.
I'll need to same place as last time, right? Like right next to.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Covenant Avenue.
Yeah. And I'll have to get a key off you then to unless they're in the back or.
I'll have this person leave the back door open for you.
Okay.
That's a terrible idea.
Yeah, you live in the ghetto, homie.
I do.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
You know what? I can just assign you like a pin code you can punch in, and it'll unlock the doors for you.
Just put a. I mean, even if you just want to put a pin coded lockbox on your like fucking breaker outside or something, dude. I'll just.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Just text me the code and I'll fucking
Sure, you got it.
All right, bro. Not a problem.
Alright, that's gonna be that day, by the way. I should probably tell you the day that is specifically.
Yeah. You could just message me the details and shit. I mean, shit, I'll show you how I got up that mountain before you go. That way then you've got something that you can aspire to greatness on when you get back.
That's alright. That day I'm gone is going to be the evening of May 5th into the evening of May 6th is when I get back.
Yeah, not a problem. Cool.
Sweet. Hell
All right.
yeah.
If you want to give the person that's looking for after him the other, 13 days my number or whatever, as long as they're not someone that wants me dead.
It's fine. If they don't want you dead, you're good.
Okay, yeah. Well, if they don't have my number, you can give it to them. If they need me to check in on any other day or something, they can just send me a text message or whatnot.
Sweet. Hell yeah. Thanks, Doc.
All right, no problem, bro. All right. I will catch you on the flip side, sir.
Yep, I'll see you in a couple weeks, bro.
Indeed. Enjoy your trip.
Yep. Take care, my man.
See you. Fucking Shark King. So, how's everybody doing today, guys? I'm fucking starving. Don't read chat when you're on a motorcycle, guys. Big problem. Especially when you're riding your deceased virtual sister's body the same way that she used to.
Where are we going?
Well, I was gonna stop by Paleto Hospital. See how Iggy's doing, since I heard he got blowed up.
Oh,
Okay, you can't send me a message like that and then not give me context. What happened / what's going on?
I was told give a drink and told to drink it, and it was game over in code and lean. So I had my stomach pumped, and Chris Stevens gave me house arrest. Hold on.
You want a sec just to send off a message real quick, and then we will go.
Sound like a older man for a minute.
It's something in the throat. Every time you're working. So, before we depart on this, I need to ask if you're not well and Stevens put you on house arrest.
Not officially house arrest. You just told me to stay here.
Okay. I'm more thinking, should we take something that is more, how do I say this, encapsulated in metal designed to save your life? We will be doing stuff tomorrow, don't you worry.
Not supposed to be driving.
Not supposed to be, okay. Well.
I had my stomach pumped and he told me not to drive.
Okay, fair enough. So you're not meant to leave the house, you're not meant to drive, yet here we are. Okay.
I'm not driving.
But you are leaving the house.
Yeah, well, you know, fuck the rules. Fuck 12.
Wow. Like half your fucking family's like 12.
Not really.
Well, and now that Alistair's retiring. I heard he's doing okay.
Yeah. That whole thing's a mess.
Trust me, I get when people hurt family what it's like.
They're riding off of highs. They keep getting ones to keep going. If you take one of them out, well, in general sense, not like you specifically, but if one will get taken out, they'll disappear for a little bit.
And as much as
Doesn't have to be death. It can also be just being arrested.
well, as much as in my past I would not have had any qualms in icing people permanently. As I said, I spent a lot of time in the gray, in the shade, and I don't think I can go back there. That's a coyote.
That's what I said. They also just be arrested, so really all you gotta do is help get them caught. Toby's the one that shot him. Alex is the one that shot Daniels. Take a pick. Or both.
I think I can figure some things out to help clear.
There you go.
I mean, as you said, you got info. How that info gets used and how people find out about it is, you know, the interesting part, really.
Here's the thing. I can't do it directly because of two things. Benny's, and two, I realize that the cops that are going to be going after any of them would not mind if they did not come back alive. So with the potential of them being dead, upon capture, I have to excuse myself.
You know, you're talking to the guy who already employed. Okay. Where'd those bikers come from? You are sort of implicitly talking to the guy that let the person that shot Cole Gordon bleed out and prevented him getting medical attention. So we're going downhill,
okay.
by the way.
It's alright, we were okay. We survived. It's a muscle car. It's muscle.
Yeah. Forgot just how bad these things are off. Yeah, by the way, you didn't. That conversation, that little statement there never happened.
I don't know, shock me about. Either way, I realize I'm not giving the information. If you know that I can't be involved in somebody's harm or injury or whatever, death, I guess, you're kind of like padding. You know, it's a round, not through. How you deliver the information and whatever information we both gather, it's up to you. If that's your re-entry into MCD, if that's your becoming a lone wolf like me, it's also up to you.
But everyone keeps calling me a lone wolf.
Is it wrong?
Have you seen what the logo of my business is?
Yes.
Speaking of, I'm not going to repossess your car. I probably should take the mask off because people probably will assume that I'm trying to kidnap you or run off with you.
Oh, run off with me would be the only risk. Nobody actually kidnaps me.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, currently you spend more time with me than Thad, so.
If you want to take a seat there, if you'd like some refreshments, I can get you some. Nothing liquor-wise, obviously, but...
I'm okay.
Can I just hit this? I didn't even need to go in there. We have the availability of some bubble tea, some sweet tea, or some strawberry smoothies, if you'd like a beverage.
What the fuck is that voice?
I don't know, it just happened, okay?
A smoothie is fine, but I have stuff.
Okay, alright. Well, I'm gonna grab a couple things off the roof, run into the hospital, check on Iggy, and then we'll dip and go wherever. It's a shame you can't leave a box on the floor. Okay, so, George gets shot. Okay, now, okay, so. I can't believe it doesn't let me spell this correctly. Sorry, guys. Okay.
What was that voice?
Well, that's my here we go. You know, Mario style.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not on track.
Hey Sally, how was the automated car abduction?
Oh, my David one was fun.
It was interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, at first it took me to the beach because, assumed that I wanted to go to the beach, and I was like, yeah, no, it makes sense.
Waka
And then
waka.
when we were on our way back to the 19 ports, it said
Nightly
error.
Theory. Hey, Nez, how
And
you doing?
then all of a sudden we were going over 100 in the city. And then we were on Sonora going 150. And then we were up here where it decided to reboot. And then it kept saying error, error, error. And then at one point, I think it was like a grocery store AI. It kept saying to put things back to rescan.
Please put items back in the scanning area.
Which one did you have?
I don't really. I just.
What color?
White.
Oh, you had Cardi B.
Wait,
yeah, that one was
Wait,
bad.
what? There's more than one?
Yeah, there's more than one. Yeah, that one was a lemon for sure. It needs to just be scrapped for parts. It had a bad day.
I saw a red
Day
one.
one is great though.
I saw a red one run a guy over at the hospital.
Oh,
and then
that was a prototype.
Then proceed to tell him how he was in the wrong, yet the car was driving on the wrong side of the road.
Okay, well, by the time I got to that one, it was fine. I want to buy that one.
Someone apparently fed one lean, and it was really good.
How?
Like, poured it in its gas. I don't know.
What the fuck?
Someone was posting on Twitter that they gave their car lean, and it made it better. I don't know.
I guess it is gasoline, isn't it? I guess I don't know what's lean.
I
think codeine.
Codeine and purple drank.
I was poisoned with part codeine.
Where do I get a jacket like that, Sally?
At the moment, you don't have. But you can. Any of the multicolored hoodies, you can put a Sally decal on the back.
Really? Any of them? How? What? When? How?
Decal. Yep. You can also do that with McKinsey Enterprises.
No. Anyway, I'm more. Okay, so ever since I saw Dogma for the very first time, I have always been wanting to kind of get, the hoodie with the classic overcoat kind of look happening, and I could never do it. And now, here's Sally sitting here like this, and just
sex change, easy.
Wow, really? That's all it requires? Just goodness be gone.
God, that's such a waste of a penis. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Gonna.
I said what I said.
No.
Okay, I'm going. Bye, Sally.
Let me know when you want to show.
As soon as I don't feel sick, I'm sorry.
No, that's fair.
Okay, I may need to repair your car for you. We kind of. Totally not running through reds. I'm actually going to refuel this one. Not at all. No cops, no stops, remember? I believe that you said that was the first rule.
That's what we told Dave as well, or David, and we found that it has modes, right? So there's a Sunday drive, which means you get music and going a little bit under the speed limit. There's obeying the traffic laws to a T, and then there's another one that I discovered, which was rush hour. And regardless of if there is active rush hour, it will stop and go multiple times and honk its horn intermittently.
Wow, that sounds like the worst fucking feature ever in the world to pay for.
It was hilarious. I adored that. It was so much. We ended up getting into a drag race with other Davids. Our David won the race to the airport. Another David, Cardi B, won the drag race.
Okay, so how many of these cars were there?
6 total at the start, and 3 at the end.
Because others got totaled or
got fed lean. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So wait, are you telling me that the Ballas now have like a what's the word I want to look for here? An army of automated motor vehicles?
Oh no, they all went back home.
Okay. But the CEO's dead, right? From what I understand, like he got run over.
I don't know.
So where to, madam? Anywhere in particular?
I don't know. I need a moment to think though.
Think away. So, does anyone want to translate Brian for me there, or Nez for me into English?
Is this where I jump?
No. I mean, if you got a parachute, maybe?
I do, but I shouldn't.
I was gonna say, that's not an invitation. I just figured maybe the ocean air might, make you feel better. So I feel obligated to point something out to you. I worry you think that I'm sitting here and telling you to go through and take time for yourself and treatments and shit because I worry in your head you're coming in thinking that you're Charlie 2.0. And I don't know, maybe it started out that way, but at the same time, you helped me do things for her. And you know what? I'm not even gonna lie to myself. Not even for her, but for everyone else to be able to say their goodbyes. That one, I owe you. Two, you know, you didn't have to let me in on things, and you didn't have to open up, but you did. So, pretty unique person, but and don't take this in a bad way, because it's not meant to be, but you're not my Charlie. No one ever will be. You're Carmen, and you're a friend. And you kind of need, I kind of feel like you need someone right now, and it's why I ask and kind of stubbornly point shit out. Oh, and I have zero expectation of you ever listening to me, unlike like Charlie. I had somewhat an expectation she'd listen.
I listen. I just made my own conclusions. There is a whale out there that's distracting me. I just want to point it out so that we're both aware that there's a whale out there.
There's a whale?
Like yep. See the fin?
But down in the bay? Like, give me an indicator here.
Yeah. Just wait. Just look. Okay, well now you're looking. It's not coming back up.
Like, how close to shore are we talking here?
You see where the waves are starting to break out in the water, not on the ocean, the shore, but yeah, it's out there. Oh, I see it. Straight ahead.
Oh my God, it's an orca.
Uh-huh.
Orca's my second favorite animal.
What's your first?
Really?
Uh-huh.
Really? You couldn't have figured this out by now?
Yeah, no idea.
Uh-huh, sure you don't. Look, no one ever gets my third. So.
Cougars?
No, I'm not really attracted to older women. But no. My third favorite animal is the peregrine falcon.
That's what's giving it to remember.
It's the easiest one to remember because it's the fastest bird in a dive.
Yeah. Oh, it's uncommon, so it's gonna be hard to remember. Why do you think I need somebody?
I don't know, because Freddie Mercury asked for somebody. Therefore.
He asked for somebody to love, though.
Yeah. That didn't end so well for me last time, so I kind of don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which one, Marley? The Falcon?
No, I was saying I didn't quite feel so alone. I hate that.
Elaborate. I feel like there's deeper digging to be done there to unpack that.
I mean, he's busy, and I get that, and I'm really patient. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing all the work. Again. Being put on a shelf again.
Do you want me to talk to him?
About what?
About up in the game.
I have no expectations that it'll ever change. This is just who he is. It was great for like 2 weeks, and then he got busy, and all the promises were just gone.
Have you been telling him how serious it's been getting?
With cancer?
The whole thing, the pain and changing meds and protocols and...
Yeah, I email him all the time, call him when I can, and he's been informed. He had a career before he met me. I'm not gonna be one of those chicks that expects him to walk away from it.
Law enforcement. Yeah, how do I put this? And you know what? Fucking politically correct is not the way. When it comes to being a cop, especially a cop in a relationship, unless it's a relationship with somebody in the field, your genuine relationship, the one that you care about, usually becomes the mistress. There are cops that don't know how to turn off. They don't know how to take a break. They don't know. They just don't know. And I know that very well because I was, I guess, considering I still try to run into sirens and gunfire, still am, you know, geared and minding that way. That being said, I'm sure that might try to show it in different ways, but I don't think it means that there's anything less about the relationship that he feels or likes. It's just Dad, Brandon, me, people like us, we put everyone else in front of ourselves and how it is.
Not everyone else.
In terms of the job is more what I meant there.
Yeah. I just wish he hadn't made promises.
You know those promises are probably just as much for him as for you, right? That when he made them, he had every intention of keeping it and doing it.
I know.
Probably kicks his own ass more than he, Lane, Wyatt, Rai, anyone else could, you know, kick his ass. No, Lorelai, I haven't yet. I don't know if I should drop the truth bomb on Davis about how Charlie felt.
Feel sorry for him. I understand and sympathize that he's busy and impatient. I'm still going through this alone.
I'm not saying I feel sorry for her. Anything, what I'm kind of getting at is hold him accountable.
How?
Have the hard conversations that need to be had. Don't push them aside. And this, oh, you know, we'll talk about this later, or, you know, when he's off the job, or, yeah, I know. After a few days of hanging out, I know that you're probably just as organized and have everything set up for the worst occasions and things like that, but have you had those kind of conversations with him? Have you sat there and because guys that are attracted to strong, independent females generally, in terrifying cases like this, have this opinion that they'll pull through. So it's okay if I'm on shift today. You know, she'll get to the appointment. It's fine. She always does. She'll pull through.
I talked to him about my will, and he tells me I'm immortal.
And we tend to think that. Except for me, I am a Highlander. I have been around since 956 in Glasgow, Scotland.
I'm a very attentive person, and I find it very hard to talk to people about myself, to ask for things for myself, so I need an attentive person back, and I realize that I'm never going to find somebody as attentive as me.
Probably right. But that's not a bad thing. Hiding all the secrets and everything tends to wear one out pretty quick.
I don't have any secrets from him. He's got access to everything I do. He just doesn't ask. We hang out with his friends and do things he wants to do. And I invite him to my stuff. He just doesn't have time anymore.
Can I put out a suggestion that maybe because of the way things are changing, that partially might be influencing this?
What do you mean?
If he gets to know your family, he gets to go to all the things that you go to, the events, the openings, the balls, things like that. The more he gets into your world and lets you into his, the more he becomes dependent upon it. And that, yes, he sits there and tells you you're immortal, but he's not telling you, he's telling him. So that, you know, should that eventuality come about, and now he has spent so much time with your side of things that he's used to your friends, he's used to your family, he's used to you, and you're gone. And then he starts to lose them. So, or becomes the primary? Who become the mistress? You don't know. You never meet your mistress's family because, well, why? You don't hang out with friends. You don't do things like this or that because, why?
So I should walk away because he can't handle it.
No. He needs a choice. You owe it to him and yourself to give him that choice.
What's the choice?
He realizes that he's pulling himself away and buffering himself in case the worst does happen so that he doesn't end up like Brandon or like me. Or keep doing what you're doing and he ends up in a world full of regret if things do happen. If things don't happen, if you beat all this, if you get a clean bill of health, then you have all of that strain built up over all of that time. I don't know. I'm just pulling shit out of my ass here. I'm not a master of the human race.
That's fair. I don't know that I'm ready to lose him yet, and I think that's what's making me drag my feet, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to.
He might surprise you. You know, considering, and I'm not trying to dig up old shit or anything like that, and I know that you know, but considering that he had a chance with, you know, the whole Charlie him on again, off again, will they, won't they kind of thing, but chose you over her. Not saying it was a bad choice or comparing you in any way. I'm prefacing this as a male. I tend to have the ability to put my foot in my mouth with this kind of conversation. However, that weather warning came at just the wrong moment. Given the choice of somebody that he's known for years, that knew the inside outs of and things like that, he chose somebody that, from what I understand, all accounts, literally made him feel like someone completely different.
What do you mean made him feel like somebody completely different?
Like, happiness tends to make people feel like they're not who they usually are because they're used to not being happy. We're creatures of habit. We do things that we're used to even if they make us unhappy because we're used to doing them. So when we have a new experience, we get filled with anxiety, or we remember it as joy, or occasionally is, you know, a really bad Sunday. But the key factor to all of this is what drives it. In this case, for him to sit there and say he was happy and come out of a funk and be the cop that he became to end up as the commissioner and things like that, it's you. So, I don't know.
Sounds really sweet in theory.
As I said, I'm not an expert.
What if the problem's just me and I can't ever have enough?
There's nothing wrong with that. You know that, right?
I don't know if I agree.
On what point do you disagree?
What's the point of me trying if I can never be satisfied?
Because you might be.
Does it comfort you to help?
What do you mean?
Do you find solace in helping other people?
One of the earliest memories I ever had when I was in a group home was finding out what an orphan was. Growing up amongst these people that ultimately were strangers thrown together because we were garbage. As an adult, everything that happened there, something needs to be done for those that can't do it for themselves, so joined the army as a medic, made special forces, planned to treat people all over the world. Little traveling doctor on the army dime. Yeah, and then that became a whole different thing. So I guess maybe in a whole way, whole life has been designed to help make sure that there's never another little orphan like Logan. If that means helping people get on their feet when they're down on their luck, or patching up bullet wounds, or stopping people from dying, or arresting bank robbers, well, maybe it does. Hard for me to say. These are the deep and meaningfuls that I don't think about.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for letting me. You could just have easily told me to go fuck myself.
I don't know why I would.
I don't know. People have told me they did that before. We should get you home before the storm.
Yeah, I'm really tired.
Oh my god. Okay, thank you, assholes. I will pay the repair bill for this eventually.
That's okay.
Not used to driving a car with so much power. I usually ride motorcycles.
You'll get used to it eventually. You'll learn that I rarely drive if I can help it.
Sorry, but 100%.
How do you know?
You probably already have a head start. Oh, come on.
Oh. He's really smoking now.
He's, he was still coming.
Don't stop for him.
What? Get in a street fight.
No. I really do love him.
If it's there, fight for it. You're already fighting for one important thing.
At what point do people start fighting for me?
I don't think you've noticed just how many people actually are and do. They just go their own way.
What do you mean?
Oh my god, this thing slides out like...
You gotta know how to take the turns. Most muscle cars are heavy on the back end.
That's a fence. Okay. Come on. Be nice. Be nice. Nah. Just gonna... I'll send you money.
You're fine. Thank you for hanging out with me.
All good. Oh god, I'm just... Okay. Just ignore that I'm doing this. This is totally not what's happening right now.
I'm jealous.
Minimum said I got 2 more, but you can't have any right now.
Why not? Oh yeah, I can't in general because it's bad for my cancer.
I'll be around tomorrow if you need anything.
Okay, see you then.
Bye. I honestly thought that this... Okay, that's not terrifying at all. I honestly thought this bike would be gone. Alright guys and girls, we're actually going to end today. It has been a very productive day. We won the case. We tried to get a little bit of sleep. We're going to be headed up to Discord. So, you know, join if you can. But guys, girls, everybody, all occasions and persuasions, thank you for coming along. so much, especially those of you that came along for Hector's first case. We got the W, baby. If you are watching this back on VOD, I hope that you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. Tomorrow is Monday here in Australia, which means I'll be streaming from the server restart onwards, so I'm not going to be doing anything earlier. Guys, you're amazing. I fucking love each and every single one of you guys. You are, without a doubt, the single best thing about streaming. That being said, we are actually looking to redesign the logo, so I need your help. If you are skilled in art at all, I need to hear from you. Now that we can talk again, I need to hear from you guys if you're skilled in art, skilled in drawing, even digital 3D art. Okay, I'm looking for a new logo for the channel. The channel is Seraphim Wolf. Seraphim is a type of angel if you're of the Catholic faith. If not, you now know. So my logo that I'm looking for is to try and do an anime or cute chibi style white or black wolf with wings. Alrighty, Murdoch. Thank you so much, man, and thank you for tonight. It was fun. Okay. Yeah, you too. So yeah, guys, if you are interested in doing anything up for the channel like that with the logo of a wolf with wings, black or white, she must have blue eyes, must have wings, angel wings. It is an old thing. The original logo I had, she was a puppy. We want a bigger, more fully developed wolf, sitting, laying down, whatever. So if you are skilled and would like to do that, you can DM me. You can DM me submissions. You can put them onto the Discord. We are looking to do this for some merchandise. We are making the first lot of our merchandise. It will be a esports style game jersey that will have the name of the channel, have the logo, things like that. If you design the winning logo, I will look to get you one or two of them for free as a prize. That being said, guys, we are going to be dipping out. Have a fantastic night. Great day, great afternoon, great evening, whatever it may be for you. We love you. Thank you for coming to the Seraphim Wolf channel. We'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.